Chapter 1819. If they hadn't done that back then, the future they were in right now might have changed. Almost everyone had this thought before, whether it was a small matter or a big matter. They might not necessarily say it with regret or regret. Sometimes it might just be an unintentional thought. They tried to think about how the current situation would have developed if they hadn't done that back then. Would it have really become better, or would it have actually become worse? It was a rather interesting thought, but it would never be realized. It had already become an established fact of the past, and there was no way to change it. Thoughts would always remain thoughts. The sudden change to the weather phenomenon of the chaos era was only a signal for war to begin. Just like what Yun Nuashing and the others had experienced before, ordinary people didn't understand this weather phenomenon very well, but the high-level life forms who knew what it meant all became serious in an instant. Battle intent and power surged in their bodies, becoming warriors of order who were about to step onto the battlefield. Gu Jiaheng and the others who had just returned to their little nest to rest, and probably hadn't rested for long, appeared in space once again, ready to charge and break through the enemy lines. The high-level life forms on this planet all left the ground and gathered in space when they saw the army in space. The forces stationed on the other planets also got into position. The combat strength of this star system was actually quite good. Although there were no reciprocity cultivators, the enemies didn't seem to be particularly strong. Usually, the soldiers of chaos would only come out to harass them from time to time to show their presence. Only now would they gather their army. The hidden forces all huddled up in a ball of stone to show that they were harmless. As long as the latter didn't move, there wouldn't be much of a problem. On the side of order, although the original world group had been destroyed, there were still a number of world orbs hanging here. There must be many people hiding in there, waiting to deal with this godforsaken period. The total number of celestial gods gathered in the world orbs around here is only about 3 times more than here. Yun Nuashing looked at Hui and said calmly. Hui said, "There should be a few hundred world orbs around here, right? How come there's only about 10,000 of them? Didn't she just say that most of the places in the world of order have yet to recover, especially in the lower realms? Plus, those idiots from the upper realms who have nothing better to do are constantly causing trouble in the lower realms. How much power can they gather? To have 10,000 heavenly deities is already not bad." Yun Nuashing said calmly. This was the remaining power of a world group, and it could no longer be compared to its peak. If they were to work together, they could hold on for quite some time under the attack of the Chaos Soldiers. If they were to fight on their own, well, it would not be much better. However, that shouldn't be the case. The lower planes were already in such dire straits. Anyone with a bit of foresight who had suffered at the hands of the power of chaos would know to work together. As long as they were careful not to attract the hatred of all the power of chaos in the void, everything would be fine. It was a very simple matter. It was very simple for him. He just didn't know if it would be simple for these heavenly gods. Hui muttered to himself for a moment, intending to divert his attention. Just as he was about to follow them to see what they were up to, I Ching's voice suddenly rang out in his soul transmission. "Lord Hui, yes, I don't know what's going on. If you want to say that there are some unknown things that have emerged from the void that are related to the power of chaos, we've already seen it. Not that. We've already seen the chaos gaps. They appear in all directions of the void at different sizes, and the concentration of chaos energy coming out is also different. According to the locals, the chaos soldiers are rushing out from these gaps. The power of chaos that will emerge from these gaps is also determined by the amount of energy in each gap. It's going to be the time of the entire void war soon. What I want to report is..." I Ching turned to look at the void in front of them and fell silent for a moment. Although it was also pitch black and there were no unusual changes in the power of the void, there should be something here, but it was gone. The upper planes are gone. The 4 of them were stunned. Gone. Hui asked, "What do you mean gone? Did it disappear in concept, or is it hiding in the void, or has it sunk into a certain level of the void? Yun Nuashing listed a few possibilities. I Ching deliberated for a moment before he said with uncertainty, I can't say for sure. The conceptual position I'm in now is at the border of the upper and middle planes. If I go forward, I should go to the upper planes, but there's nothing here. Hui was confused. He covered his face with one hand and spread the other to show that he did not care about this matter. To be more specific, there's nothing here. There's no world light? Or is there nothing conceptually? Are you sure you've really crossed over to the upper planes now? Or do you think you've already gone to the upper planes? Yun Nuashing continued to ask. The disappearance of an entire plane was actually quite complicated in itself, and it had to happen in such a place where everything was wrong and complicated. It was very complicated. I'm still at the border. No matter how I try to cross over to the upper planes, even if I move my position is still at the border, I Ching said in distress. I've been struggling here for a few hours, completely stopped in place and unable to move forward. That means that the border has been extended indefinitely, or the concept of the upper planes has been partially erased. So there's still a border, but the upper planes seem to be wrapped in a layer of barrier, a layer of order level barrier. So it can't be touched no matter what. Yun Nuashing's eyes flashed and she frowned. No matter what the situation is, it's very troublesome. Without using a large-scale void probe, there's no way to understand what's going on. How about this? Try to go forward again and leave a few energy towers as nodes and beacons. Try to cover the position of the upper planes as much as possible. Then we'll see what's going on. I'm going now. Hui stared at I Ching's disappearing silhouette in the soul transmission. He thought about it and felt very strange. Phone, the upper planes are gone. Let's not talk about whether the upper planes have been wiped out or if the upper planes have been hidden. And the entire concept of gone or hidden. Then what's up with the upper planes that the people of the lower planes hate? Yun Nuashing's thoughts were interrupted at once. She stared blankly for a moment before saying, resentment left behind from a long time ago? Or the upper planes just disappeared not long ago? It's all possible. We thought about it and said, seems like it. Well, I'll ask just to be safe. The girl's expression was very serious as she stared at the sky, just as she was about to meet up with Gu Jiaheng and the others in the stars. We quickly stopped her. Hey, wait a minute. Don't rush. I have something to ask you. When was the last time you saw people from the upper planes? The girl looked at him strangely. She was not sure why he would ask such a question, but it was not something that she could not answer. So she opened her mouth. Her face was a little impatient as she spoke. Nothing good ever happens when people from the upper realm come here. So I still remember that about 3 years ago in the Void Era, they came here once. I saw it with my own eyes. But if I include what I heard, there were people from the upper realm who came to the lower realm about half a year ago, looking for your companions. No, just asking. The girl made a vague sound, glanced at them, and shot up into the sky without saying a word. Hui scratched his head and looked at Feng. The latter also looked back at him. Don't rush. I Ching has already set up 7 energy towers. 3 more, and I can lock on to the situation of the unknown region in the void. I'm not too anxious about this, Huey's gaze fell from the starry sky and the void. He stared at the crowd that had been evacuated. They seemed to have heard the words of a prestigious person. They no longer paid attention to the unknown astronomical phenomenon in the sky and dispersed to do their own things. Oh, there was also someone who was secretly watching them. It was probably the girl or Gu Jiaheng's men. Based on their impression of the people from the upper plane, it was impossible for them to leave them behind. However, they didn't intend to do anything troublesome, so they didn't care about the people who were watching them. 10 energy towers have been prepared. They can be used for the time being. 2 minutes later, Yun Nuashing opened his eyes. The colorful origin energy surged into his eyes. His attention, sight, and consciousness spread out to the energy towers. He looked at the void in front of him. The results of the observation may be slightly off, but it should not be too serious. The parts that are off can be checked again when the rest of the energy towers are in place. Now, let's take a look at the general situation. Yun Nuashing did not even finish muttering to himself before he interrupted himself. He was stunned for a long time and narrowed his eyes. Hui felt that the origin energy he mobilized had increased. Even the light of the initial light was surging slightly on the surface of his body. An invisible pressure was quietly pouring into the void through the space of the real world. It did not affect the fragile little planet. About 5 minutes later, Yun Nuashing retracted all of his energy, leaving a part of his energy consciousness in the incomplete energy network built by the energy towers. He then withdrew from the long-distance observation. How is it? Why is there no movement after a Hui scratched his head in puzzlement. His face was anxious. Yun Nuashing shook his head. He was so confused that he pulled his long hair. After a long time he said, "It seems like it's hidden." Before Hui could finish listening to him, he continued, "It also seems like the whole thing has been eliminated conceptually. Or it could be, stop. Hui waved his hand with a face full of sweat. Just tell me what you think is the most likely result. If you want to talk about this and that, you won't stop for a whole day. I'm more inclined to think that the entire upper plane is hidden." Yun Nuashing frowned in confusion. "There's a layer of order barrier in the void that's not easy to recognize. It's just right in the middle and upper planes, cutting off the connection between the two planes. That's what I think. But there's no way to explore that layer of order barrier that's not easy to recognize. According to the traces of the flow of the void, they're actively avoiding a region in front of them and a concept. It's a void that looks like a huge sphere from the outline of its edge. The existence of the sphere obstructs the flow of the void, but things like the sea of time are not affected." Yun Nuashing fiddled with his long hair. A moment later, he spread his hands like a hoodlum. "TSK, what do you mean by not easy to recognize? The unidentifiable thing in this broken place can only be something related to the concept of chaos. What else could it be? Anyway, it can't be left behind by the origin energy. Their movements are inclined to dismantle that unidentifiable thing." Hui clapped his hands and said, without thinking, "Then dismantle it." Dismantle it when it's unidentifiable. What if the entire upper plane behind it is erased from the concept of rules? What are you going to do? Then pretend I didn't say anything. Hui turned his attention and glanced at the warriors of order who were still preparing in the starry sky. He was suddenly startled. "I almost forgot about the important thing. Can you see the time? The time left behind by that unidentifiable layer of order barrier." Yun Nuashing was silent for a longer time this time. She did not use the origin energy to continue probing. She lowered her head and pondered. It looked more like she was hesitating, thinking, and doubting whether the information she had was true or false. 5 eras. Hui was stunned. Yun Nuashing took a deep breath and continued to speak. Her words were shocking. "It's exactly the same time as the abyssal death," missed retreating. The group was shocked. The 3 beside him and the 2 girls in his soul were stunned. This news was simply, Hui jumped when he heard it. "No, how could this place be? That's just a coincidence, right? It's just a coincidence. You didn't sense the presence of the abyssal death missed from the barrier, right? And you just said that there was an error, right? Right? Then there must be a mistake. Ha! Yes, there was no presence of the abyssal death mist." Yun Nuashing narrowed her eyes and shook her head with a sneer. "But the time when the abyssal death mist appeared. How could I forget? As for the error you mentioned, in a place with such a large span in the void, a moment of 10 years or 100 years could be considered as the same time period. If the time period was not calculated in units of 10,000 years, it would not be considered a distance in time. So there is almost no error. If it's a coincidence, There's no trace of it at such a long distance. Let's just treat it as a coincidence. After all, we haven't found anything yet. We can only treat it as a coincidence until we find something to break the conjecture. Everyone was silent. Huey's expression froze at that moment of awkward laughter. He did not move for a long time. When his face twitched, it was already 3 minutes later. All right, the 51st era. All right, there's time. Then what's the matter with the people from the upper realm that they were talking about? She just said that half a year ago, she heard that the people from the upper plane had come to the lower plane. 3 years ago, they visited the land under our feet. What's going on? Either the inside is isolated from the outside. The inside can enter and leave, but outsiders can't explore or enter. Yun Nuashing tilted her head and pinched her arms with both hands. But that layer of order barrier is obviously related to chaos. There should be no way for the beings of order from the upper plane to come and go as they please. Let's not dwell on the question of entering and leaving first. What's the other or... The other? Yun Nuashing's face was a little twisted. Is that the people from the upper plane are fake. If they have nothing to do with the people from the middle plane, then they only exist in fantasy. I can only explain it this way, but it's too far-fetched. It's even more ridiculous than a joke in the void. Huey's face stiffened. The number of strange things has increased. Forget it. What's the use of worrying about such trivial things here? Yun Nuashing shook her head and heaved a sigh of relief. She sent a telepathic message to the people who were secretly monitoring them. We're going up to help fight. If you want to pass the message, just say it like this. Don't worry, we won't disturb you. The 4 of them left the small planet and directly appeared in the void. They were still a long distance away from the hole that the people in this void area called the Chaos Gap. Looking at the hole in the void was more direct. It was much bigger than looking at it in the real world. Looking at the size of the hole with the naked eye, it was probably a huge gap with a diameter measured in light years. According to the message sent by I Ching and the others, the size of the Chaos Gap was considered small. The average diameter of the gaps in the middle plane was more than 100 times that of the one in front of them. The chaos energy in the Chaos Gap was already surging. They could feel the chaos energy from a long distance away. It was many times denser than the non-orderly energy of the abyssal death mist. Siyu and Feng Qinghuang, who had adapted to the abyssal death mist, frowned slightly when they saw it. Obviously, they were not used to the chaos energy. They didn't have many direct contact with it. In the past, when they saw it, they were separated by a layer of the spiritual world. Now that they were experiencing it in person, it was a new experience. However, since they had adapted to the abyssal death mist, they wouldn't vomit in disgust when facing the pure chaos. Hui was tidying up his shield and sword. He turned his head and saw Feng's calm expression. Well, generally speaking, when he put on such an indifferent expression, it meant that he was going to destroy the thing in front of him and the void in the next second. Feng, are you going to use Peerless? We'll see. This kind of unnecessary battle. I don't know what to say. Yun Nuashing sighed with a complicated expression and shook her head. Hui turned his head and looked at the gap in front of him. There's nothing you don't know. If you want to solve this disaster for the order beings in the void, we'll gather our forces and charge at them. Anyway, didn't everyone bring a lot of things here? If we put them all in the void, we won't have to worry about blowing up the Chaos Realm. Just as they were thinking about whether they should blow up the Chaos Realm, Gu Jiaheng hurried to their side. Naturally, they couldn't hide the news that they were planning to join the battle from him. This little commander, who didn't have a good first impression of them, but didn't show any hostility towards them, was quite brave. In the eyes of the people in the lower planes, people from the upper planes were like wild beasts and thugs who committed all kinds of crimes. He actually had the guts to come to them alone. If he wasn't trying to show some kind of sincerity, he was planning to die with them. Why are you here? Aren't you going to guard your own world? Hui waved his hand to let the little commander who hurried over to take a breather. He waved his hand and said, "Just stay behind and guard. We'll do our best to deal with it here. If we can't deal with it, you can intercept it yourself." Phew! When I heard their response, I thought they were joking. Gu Jiaheng straightened his back and looked puzzled and shocked. "If you guys block the gap in front of the Chaos Realm, We know we'll be ganged up on or something. But we don't plan to go to that extent." Hui spread out his hands and added in his heart, "But it's hard to say whether it will reach that stage later. It depends on what Maple thinks. If he's cranky and gets carried away, the next second will be the scene of everyone lining up millions of energy towers in the void and bombarding the soldiers of chaos head-on." The little commander's liver trembled as he listened. Why? Why do you people from the upper plains participate in the war of the lower plains? This is a barren and backward place. We don't want anything. Hui waved his hand and his fighting spirit soared to the sky. "We're standing here for only one purpose, to beat these bastards back to their mother's womb." Gu Jiaheng's eyes were full of confusion. He looked at them in puzzlement. "Why? I don't understand." Hui sighed. He crossed his arms and turned to look at him. "You guys are really scared by the so-called people from the upper plains, although we're also from the upper plains. Do you think all the people from the upper plains are like what you think?" Gu Jiaheng hesitated. He stared at his black eyes for a while and slowly nodded. Hui's face darkened at once. "Have you ever been to the upper plains?" Yun Nuashing asked. Gu Jiaheng shook his head slightly. "I don't have time. It's too far to go from the lower plains to the upper plains. Then how can you be sure that you know all the people from the upper plains?" Gu Jiaheng was stunned. "And how can you be sure that the people from the upper plains you know are the people from the upper plains? It's obvious that your rules, our situation is what you think it is. But what I'm saying is that the people from the upper plains you see have broken up your world. As for what exactly they did to you, it might be something very overboard. There might be something even worse. I don't know much about it, so I can't judge. I can't change it, and I have no intention of changing your opinion." Yun Nuashing stared into his eyes. "I just don't like to be lumped together. I won't say that there are good people and bad people everywhere. That's nonsense. The upper plains have been sealed. They've been sealed inside and outside by the powerful power of chaos. Did you know that 5 eras ago?" Gu Jiaheng was stunned. He widened his eyes in disbelief. "How is that possible? What if it's the truth?" After Yun Nuashing said this, she turned around and looked at the surging gap of chaos. She said calmly, "I'm just stating the truth. You don't have to believe me. Regional prejudice was really not that easy to get rid of. Moreover, the existence of that damned region was still a question mark." He didn't want to take the blame for some strange things for no reason, although it wasn't like he hadn't been bombed by the region before. But this time he was especially angry, causing internal strife during the war between order and chaos. If he found that damned group of people from the upper plains, he wouldn't be surnamed Yin if he didn't drag them out and beat them up. Chapter 1820. Spectre. It was not a ghost in the sense of a noun. The ghost here was an adjective that referred to something that seemed to exist but did not exist. It did not seem to exist but could act in various ways. It could be a person or not. That's right. He was talking about that accursed upper plane. Maple's words were generally fine. If he said 5 eras, he meant 5 eras. If he had any objections, he could talk to the origin energy, which might give him a slap, which was why he did not ask for a snub. The upper plane that had been flattened after 5 eras was assumed to be sealed internally and externally. I Ching had tried various methods but could not enter, just as Maple had tried from the distant void as well. Therefore, he felt that for now could be replaced by for now. That place could only be entered or exited through special means, or had to be personally chiseled through the wall. There was clearly no being of a higher level than them in that void zone. There were no primeval ripples, except for the chaos concept body whose existence was unknown. In summary, the upper planes and all the people from the upper planes should have disappeared without a trace. After some time, they would be discovered by the people who went to the middle planes first, and the lower planes would only know about it after some time, instead of the strange situation where the people from the upper planes turned the middle planes upside down. Why did he find it weird? Had he considered the possibility that some of the upper plane people would stay in the middle and lower planes and destroy those two planes? That was certainly the case. If the number of worlds destroyed was not many, he might have mentioned it to Maple. However, according to I Ching and the others, there was not a single place in the middle and lower planes that was in good condition. It was all fallen, broken, and falling apart, with the world group being torn apart into sporadic world luminous orbs. There were more places that were left with the endless noise of destruction, with even the void echoing with the sound of shattering. It was the sound of judgment that the middle and lower planes were riddled with holes. From that point of view, it was something that the upper plane prodigal forces who stayed in the middle and lower planes could not do. As mentioned before, when the highest combat power of the middle plane united, they could also achieve something by fighting the upper plane. If it was really just a part of the upper plane people who were wandering outside declaring war on the two planes and causing trouble everywhere, it could only be said that they were too confident and arrogant. In a normal script, they would be overturned by the allied forces of the middle and lower planes after a few years of flaunting their power. But since the truth did not develop in the direction of the normal script, there must be something deeper that had not been revealed. There was probably not a good opportunity to reveal it now, but there would be one sooner or later. Judging from the fact that the middle and lower planes had such a deep grudge against the concept of upper plane people that they had to take the blame for it, if they did not get rid of this group of upper plane people who pretended to be mysterious, they would not be worthy of being called the heavenly god of the beginning. Oh, Maple is the origin. Stop, I can't mention this. If I mention it, something big will happen. Too many things were involved in the above conversation. They could only focus on themselves and what they could do. They had to do their best to survive. Gu Jiaheng and the others didn't have time to pay attention to other things. It wasn't easy for them to tell the others about these big issues and make them understand. Before the fatal threat to the middle and lower planes, the power of chaos, a certain person from the upper plane, disappeared, they wouldn't be able to deal with more things. When a person could not even be sure if they could survive and repeatedly jumped in front of the gate of the reincarnation road every day, asking them to try to solve the mystery and understand what happened and how to solve it. Forget it, that was just nonsense. Therefore, Gu Jiaheng had actually calmed down in a few seconds. After listening to Maple's explosive speech, he quickly regained his composure and then looked at them with a complicated gaze. He threw aside the parts that had nothing to do with the war for the time being. Go back and guard the rear. He looked at the little commander who stared at them silently but did not know what to say. Your realm of order is not considered strong. Later, when you get involved in our battle, you will be torn to pieces. No matter whether you believe it or not, and no matter what you think of the entire upper plane, we are destined to intervene in this war. Moreover, we are only representing ourselves. It has nothing to do with the upper plane that you speak of. This is just what we should do as warriors of order. Gu Jiaheng's heart was quite complicated, so complicated that he was completely speechless. The experience that he had accumulated from all the things related to the upper plane in the past years told him that all the words of the upper plane were **t. Believing a single word of theirs was equivalent to handing over one's life. The friendliness at this time was just a bigger scheme. However, the intuition in his heart told him that these four people seemed to be different from all the upper plane that he knew. They did not break in and search everywhere. They did not destroy the concept layer of the rules. They did not care about what their world looked like. They did not care about the simple and crude environment of the lower plane. From the moment they appeared until now, they had not done anything special. They were just watching, as if they were just like a group of bystanders wandering on the edge of the mortal world. The only thing that was worthy of their attention was things related to chaos. Just like what they said, they were warriors of order and only came to exterminate chaos. Sir, it's almost time. If you continue to stay near the gap, the power of chaos will skip the gradual phase and pour out. Please come back as soon as possible. The voice that echoed in his soul made his facial expression more complicated. Hui noticed the change on his face and waved his hand. You're worried. Go back. We're here. Even if you start a war with the power of chaos in the entire void region in one go, it won't be a problem. That's suicide. I don't think there's any other possibility. Gu Jiaheng shook his head. Are you really not leaving? Forgive me for being blunt. Even if you just stand in front of the door, the power of chaos will increase. Moreover, this gap is not exclusive to this region of ours. There's no way to create a chaos gap of such scale with just our power here. Let's go back together. You can talk about it later. There's no need to be in such a hurry. Hui waved his hand and ignored his voice. Then he said to Maple right in front of him, Maple, if we go all out now, will it affect the plan in the future? It's fine if we don't use the power that the rear has accumulated. However, we still don't know how much power of chaos there is in the void region. There's no guarantee that we won't use it. Yun Nuashing's eyes looked down at the entire void region once again. Judging from the power of chaos that's being released now, it's still far from the level where we need to use the power that we've accumulated. We can go all out and fight. So guys, make a ruckus. All of you, make a ruckus. Let's collapse the power of chaos in this void region. Hui waved his hand and laughed loudly in the void. Maple's instructions are the truth of the power of order. Come on, let's make the void lively. Those words were very embarrassing to say right in front of him. Yun Nuashing felt goosebumps all over his body. Before he died of embarrassment, he chose to demonstrate the awkwardness by using his hands. The vast sea of energy. Well, there's no need to reach that level. He just needed to use his full power selectively, so he threw out all of his magic arrays at once. The magic arrays that covered an entire region were comparable in size to the gap of chaos in front of them. However, when he threw out less than 1% of the magic arrays, Gu Jiaheng and his companions were all stunned. The violent energy that was enough to tear order and chaos apart had already caused a violent energy explosion when it gushed out. The intense light made the void no longer dark. A wave of energy that was so vast that it could not be concealed spread across the entire void region like a declaration. At the same time, there were similar energy explosions in other parts of the void region that were spreading out at the same time, shaking the entire void region. The light that tore order and chaos apart crashed into the gap of chaos. Other than the magnificent explosion just now, there was not much movement now. The light in the void gradually dimmed. It was quiet, just like Gu Jiaheng and the others who had turned into statues. It was completely silent and dead. The gap of chaos that hung high in the void trembled a few times as if it was convulsing. Dense chaos energy began to appear at the edge and began to spread into the void. Just when Yun Nuashing and the others thought that it was going to explode with power, it suddenly exploded. However, it was just the impact of the energy explosion from within. The movement of the origin energy and the chaos energy fighting each other released a powerful destructive force, as if it had ignited a sun with a diameter of light years. The chaos energy at the edge of the gap of chaos was emitted at a speed that was several times faster than before. It gradually accelerated and collapsed. The large cavern spiraled in their line of sight and rapidly shrank until it was only a few thousand miles in diameter. Then, it suddenly disappeared in a rapid collapse. Yun Nuashing raised her head and looked at the void. Then, she tilted her head and looked at Gu Jiaheng. The void is silent. The chaos energy has been confirmed to have completely dissipated. There are no remnants. This little commander had never seen such a scene before. At this moment he was dumbfounded. His eyes were wide open, and he could not come back to his senses. Hui was also stunned. No. What happened to the explosion of chaos energy? What happened to the swarm? With the power of the chaos concept body, it shouldn't be so easy to get rid of it, right? This can't be. This shouldn't be. See, you could not help but mutter. I was prepared to enter a magic array. In the end, this is too boring. We continued to smile bitterly. If it was resolved just like that, then wouldn't the words that he had said with great pride just now seem very awkward? They were all ready for a full-scale battle. Everyone had taken out their weapons of mass destruction and lined up in the void. The only thing left was to open up the realm of order and frantically increase their combat power. In the end, this was it, being stared at by the four of them with the same strange look. Gu Jiaheng's face twitched violently. Finally, he could not help but laugh bitterly. Past experience tells us that indeed. Anyway, in history, many people have tried to block the door of the chaos gap. Whether it was one person, a group of people, or a group of worlds, the outcome was very subtle. Like this. This is the first time I have seen a situation like this. Oh, we immediately understood. It seemed that they had attacked too quickly. They had pinned them down in their home and wiped them out in one fell swoop. After all, in the lower and middle planes, except for the soldiers of chaos who were nestled in a group of harmless little stone balls, the others who emerged from the void did not seem to be particularly strong. They had directly used excessive strength, and before the enemies had even emerged, they had scattered them evenly all over the void. But it was indeed a little awkward. The spiritual communication was filled with an awkward atmosphere. Well, a group of primeval order warriors were shaking their heads and glaring at the void. They were also glaring at a group of people who were preparing for battle behind them. Beside them were thousands of energy towers that were arranged in disorder. They were all prepared to go all out, but the enemy did not seem to be giving it their all. It was gone after 2 explosions, not as exciting as the fireworks at the void frontline. There is no remnant of chaos energy in the area. Trace back to the distance. The energies that were not destroyed by the collapsed chaos gap are all gathering towards the upper plane. The chaos barrier that seals the upper plane had a brief energy fluctuation. Search in the void region. It is confirmed that there are 13 energy resonance points in the lower and middle planes. Yun Nuashing immediately noticed the movement in the upper plane and captured something that he was concerned about. It should be something related to the barrier of the upper plane. Perhaps it's a key, or perhaps it's some kind of energy node. As for what it is, I still need to personally confirm it. Gu Jiaheng looked at them pondering at the same time. After some thought, he said honestly, well, although I don't know what you guys are thinking, the chaos era will not end here. According to past experience, although we have not tried to close the chaos gap, there is no doubt that the chaos gaps will open several times. There will be more of them later. So when will it end? Hui had a subtle expression on his face as he turned his head. The door had already been destroyed. Was it not over yet? There were no more chaos gaps in the void region that was being monitored. They only opened up in places where the light of the world gathered. It was as if they were coming for the world of order. Therefore, it was very easy to find and destroy them. When the chaos energy in the void completely dissipates, this chaos era will be considered over. However, in the past, each chaos era would last for billions of years. How can it end so quickly? Hui turned his gaze to Maple. Maple looked at him and said through his soul, I don't sense any remnant of chaos energy. Perhaps it is the energy that only they can sense. It might be a special law in the void region. Well, this was a common thing. The rules of other places would not be effective against outsiders. At least for a short period of time before the void region realized that they had entered, the rules would not be effective against them. There had been similar experiences in the past. It was not the first time. Yun Nuashing's eyes flashed a few times. Her eyes were fixed on a corner of the void. There are 13 energy resonance points. One of them is dimming rapidly. It seems that it is being covered by other energy. Although I don't know what is going on, we should go there quickly. The energy node that is responding from here is obviously related to the chaos barrier that seals the upper plane. There might be more abnormalities. All right, then we have to hurry. Hui sighed. He turned around and said to Gu Jiaheng, "We have other things to do. Before we leave, we will leave enough defensive forces here to help you guard this void region. As long as you do not leave this void region, I guarantee that you will be safe and sound in this chaos era." Gu Jiaheng was confused from the beginning. He was trying his best to think, but he could not figure out anything. It was only until now that he quickly came back to his senses. He nodded and replied, "Oh, that I don't know. Forget it. I have something to confirm." "What is it?" Hui interrupted his own thoughts. He could not help but feel a little hopeful when he heard the words that seemed to have a deeper meaning and that slightly unusual gaze. Perhaps this little commander from the lower plane would pass on some of the information they needed after seeing the scene just now. For example, things related to Origin's chaos concept bodies and this godforsaken realm of chaos. Compared to outsiders like them running around in other people's territory in confusion, it would be more convenient for a local to tell them some facts. As for the battlefields in the lower plane, the main battlefields had been confirmed. They just had to leave a stretch of energy towers. As long as they were not constantly overloaded with energy, an energy tower could last for billions of years without collapsing. The energy towers on the front lines of the void were depleting quickly. That was because the abyssal death mist spawn was going crazy at every moment, and they had to go crazy too? That was one reason. The second reason was that those Order warriors were fighting too excitedly. Logistics had been cursing at him for 5 eras. Gu Jiaheng hesitated for a while, as if weighing his words. After a while, he finally decided to speak. "Are you really not here to destroy the lower plane?" Yun Nuashing and the others were speechless. Those shocking words. Their brains were about to explode. "Are you all right?" We could not help but retort. "Did you see what we were doing in the beginning? If we really wanted to destroy the lower plane, how many of your weak worlds would be left with just a spit of our phlegm?" Yun Nuashing's face twitched. His energy shock had turned into a spit of phlegm. Gu Jiaheng smiled bitterly, his face trembling slightly as he said very seriously, "The main thing is that the people from the upper plane have been destroying the lower plane and whatnot. Ahem, I'm just making sure. Are you really not planning to cast a long line to catch a big fish? Why don't you just tell me what you're planning to do so that I can die a quick death? We won't even be able to sleep if we don't figure it out." Hui slapped himself on the forehead loudly. He was almost dumbfounded by this little commander who might have some mental issues. "To what extent have you been persecuted by the people from the upper plane? You don't have to be this crazy, right? You're a little paranoid. To what extent? When you first met us, didn't you feel it a little? It's about that extent." Gu Jiaheng scratched his head and looked back from time to time. His body swayed a little unnaturally. "To be honest, I can't fully believe it now. But if it's really like what you said just now, maybe we've always thought so. However, it's useless if I'm the only one who wavers. The lower plane, including the middle plane, has always been shrouded in the shadow of the people from the upper plane. We're also trapped by the chaos and have suffered so much that we no longer believe in anyone related to that place. Okay. Don't say anything awkward and contradictory. We already have the biggest contradiction in the void here." Hui patted Feng's shoulder and said to Gu Jiaheng, "Go do whatever you need to do. It won't be too late to give you a concrete answer after we're done with everything. If that's the case..." "Okay." Gu Jiaheng nodded reluctantly and bowed to them in an unknown place. "I wish you all the best." Watching the group of people from the lower plane leave, we couldn't help but ask, "What is this? What is this? What is this?" That sentence just now almost drove me crazy. But Feng Qinghuang looked back at Yun Nuashing and said, "My impression of you is a little better. We can communicate normally. Next time, after we're done with everything, we should be able to communicate normally. There is no disaster in this world, no hostility, no conflict of interest, no suspicion. Who can't communicate? But sometimes no one can guarantee these things. So, let's not talk about this. Hui quickly shook his head to get rid of the poisonous thoughts in his mind. He looked at Feng and said, "The energy, resonance points you mentioned just now, there are 12 of them now. The first one that sensed something has completely disappeared. It's covered by some kind of energy, but I still remember the last time it flashed in the void." When Yun Nuashing said this, he tore open the void and created a teleportation gate. "Hurry up, maybe we can find something left behind." "But what is it?" "Hey, don't drag me. It's rare for me to use my brain. I can think of something right away." When Hui was still mumbling, Yun Nuashing grabbed him and rushed into the portal. She scolded, "When I was waiting for you to think of something, the void had already wiped out all the remaining traces. Because it was the fastest teleportation and it was a forceful tear in the void, there was a violent tremor in the void. During the teleportation, Hui felt as if his body was thrown out. Oh, he was thrown out. He was dragged away by Feng. After a few seconds, his body's senses recovered. The void in front of him suddenly appeared. It was pitch black, but his senses could sense that there was something left behind. If he used his Yuansha realm energy to investigate, he said, "That seems to be a blurry belt of light." A trace left behind by a hasty tear in the void. Throwing Hui aside, Yun Nuashing floated to the front of the belt of light. She said to the two girls, "See you, Qing Huang, go around and check the void. There are traces of energy tears in such a large area. There should be other traces left in the void." The slender band of light was probably no smaller than a small gap in the void. Reversely deducing from that point, one could roughly estimate the size of the thing that had escaped through the void. Probably 4 or 5 worlds, luminous orbs were moved. We walked forward and touched it lightly. Traces of energy, of order. All right, that's to be expected. Trace the direction of the energy leaving. Yun Nuashing murmured. She slowly turned her head and looked in the direction of the belt of light. It went to the upper plane. Hui was stunned. "Wait, how did it get in? Didn't you just say that it was sealed? How did it get in?" "There's no way to find the way in by normal means, whether it's the Yuansha realm or the origin energy." Yun Nuashing looked at him. "Do you think that you can remove the door lock of the chaos concept body with just 3 axes? There's no way to get in by blasting it, and there's no way to get in by force. The key." Hui immediately understood. Energy resonance points. If the 13 energy resonance points are related to the barrier, they might be the key left behind. Lord Maple, Lord Hui, part of the large-scale void map that can be used to observe the void has been completed. There's basically no value in salvaging the rest. Take a look first. We're setting up the defense against the chaos here. I Ching threw over a void map in a conceptual sense. To put it simply, it was an intuitive map of things that humans could not see and things that humans could not understand. However, the parts that humans could not understand would also be left on the map for professionals to see. Oh, just in time. I Ching, here's part of the coordinates. You arrange the defense of the world of order and send some people over to take a look. We'll come back later. Yun Nuashing threw over the coordinates of the remaining 12 energy resonance points, and then turned to spread out the map with Hui. The void map that appeared before them was a large black sphere. Its size and various markings indicated that it was a void region that was about the same size as theirs. The center was extremely deep darkness, and apart from that, there were only a few sparks in the entire sphere. Each of those sparks was a cluster of light that illuminated the starry sky. They were just lone stars without nebulas or galaxies. Lord Maple, this void map. We've seen this situation before. Huey's heart trembled as he looked at it. Not only have we seen it before, we've experienced it. We're experiencing it now. Yun Nuashing looked at him and slowly nodded. After 16 eras of war in the void, such a scene appeared before them. It was the situation of the void region on their side after it was destroyed by the underworld. Both were exactly the same. Chapter 1821. The conquest of the abyss death mist had already begun at the beginning of the era. At that time, the destruction of the void led by the god of origin had just passed. The void was still empty and was slowly recovering. At that time, there were no stars or galaxies in the void. There were only a few sparks hanging in the dark and lonely place, burning alone. That was the scene when the void was first created. After that, the void recovered. After going through several eras of the vigorous creation era, billions of worlds appeared in the void. The tiny light began to look for companions and gathered into even larger sparks, condensing into nebulas. The light that was released in the void could illuminate an entire region of the void, guiding even more light to gather. Then the underworld came, bringing along the abyss death mist from the edge of the lower plane. They didn't give the recovering void any more time to recover before they started the next round of conquest, bringing chaos to the entire world of order. The sparks in the void began to extinguish one by one, disappearing into the darkness. Furthermore, there were very few sparks that lit up again. The void that they stepped on seemed to have died once again, falling silent once again. The sparks in the lower plane were the first to extinguish completely, leaving only a few sparks that escaped the purge with an extremely low probability. Then it was the middle plane. Under the current situation, where the upper plane was almost suppressed to the edge of the middle plane, I tried to draw a void map of the world of order. The picture that was reflected was the current situation in front of me. The stars were dim, and there were only a few sparks floating in the void. There was only a lonely and eternal dark void between them, looking at each other from afar. On the other hand, in the upper plane, the stars were still trying their best to shine. It was just that they were shrouded in a circle of darkness that carried the sound of judgment. Death was close at hand, and peace was just a short, sweet dream. Comparing the appearance of the two regions of the void, one would find that other than the upper plane of this inner region, that was completely covered by a deep darkness, the two regions were completely the same. They had thought that the upper plane's persecution of the middle plane and the interference of the Chaos Soldiers were the main reasons why the middle plane and lower plane were trapped. These two reasons wouldn't do anything to the middle plane and lower plane. At most, the scene that they saw was a little more tragic. Running from a familiar place to another place and seeing only ashes and smoke, broken houses and scorched earth, they would definitely want to go to a better place as soon as possible. They thought that maybe they just happened to be in a bad place. All right, now that they had drawn a map of the inner region of the void through various energy nodes, it was a very bleak result. It wasn't that they happened to see a more pitiful scene, but that they could only see a more pitiful scene. That was because this was all that was left of the middle and lower planes. No matter how hard they tried to search, they could only see this much. Even though there were still several tens of thousands of worlds, perhaps even close to 100,000 worlds, this was already all that was left of the middle and lower planes. Thus, the only difference between observable and unobservable areas was that one had already been visited by outsiders. The other was a place that only insiders knew about and outsiders had yet to discover. The latter required more time to explore, and the progress would be extremely slow. Basically, it could be confirmed that the observable area of the void was the majority of the void of order. The number of worlds in the void was almost infinite, just like the void itself. However, there was a limit to that. The number and density of worlds in a region would follow the rules of the void environment, and naturally, there would never be such a sparse situation. Less than 100,000 worlds. That was simply ridiculous. It was not even 1% of a small region of the void, unless the remaining 99% were squeezed in the remaining corners of a large region of the void. However, that was basically impossible. After all, the luminous clusters of worlds would drift, and if they were all squeezed together, that 1% of them would definitely quickly drift towards the cluster. Still, the reality was that they were still in the void and stopped drifting, becoming isolated islands in the ocean. That shouldn't be a coincidence, right? Huey's cheeks twitched as he spoke. How could there be so many coincidences? How could there be? No, but, however, the map of the void that appeared before their eyes was a completely destroyed side. Broken walls and crumbled walls were torn apart, just like looking up at the night sky at night. Without the illumination of the stars, there were only 1 or 2 dim sparks left, and the star domain had also ushered in its own darkest moment. At present, there was no part of the void that was intact. The beings that lived in the void had actually coincidentally encountered the darkest moment of the starry sky. The ceaselessly flowing time incessantly washed away the knowledge of generation after generation, and the new generation simply did not believe that there was anything wrong with the darkened void. They were unaware of the sight of billions of worlds shining in the void in the past, and the only thing they protected and fought for was the world they were in, at most the world group they were in. They had almost no thoughts about the void beyond, for it had become a true void. There was only darkness and deathly stillness. Therefore, when the upper plane tore their only shelter into pieces, the people who were born when the void was dark were bullied by the chaos concept bodies, and then ravaged by order. Hui sighed leisurely and exhaled at the void. So, the void we are in is affected by the abyssal death shroud, and the chaos concept bodies are responsible for this void? It seems so. To be able to destroy the void of order so neatly and almost cool the void and stop the activity of creation. Only the pure power of chaos could do that. Yun Nuashing narrowed his eyes. However, there are no remnants of the chaos tide in the concept layer of those worlds, nor are there any remnants of the chaos aura. They are completely unaffected by the chaos. Perhaps they were once affected, but all traces are gone. Perhaps they really weren't affected at all. When the powerful forces of chaos crushed them, they were lucky enough not to be destroyed. After all, they were less than 1% of the targets in the entire void. Perhaps they were inadvertently overlooked, even if that wasn't their intention. Hui stretched out his hand and pinched the void a few times. He then turned his gaze to other places. The underworld didn't manage to completely destroy the lower and middle planes, although they left behind a large area of the abyssal death mist to seal it off. They couldn't make the non-order power affect the order of the void from its roots. So, they couldn't cover the entire conceptual range. Only the observable part of it was destroyed. The void region here is probably the same. The chaos concept bodies could not completely destroy the order of the void of order, which was why they could not really wipe out everything. The remaining less than 100,000 world luminous orbs might have escaped the calamity because they were not observed. Yun Nuashing's attention shifted away from the void map. His gaze followed the energy light belt left behind and moved towards the area where the upper plane was located. They were now at the edge of the upper plane, and there was still a short distance away from the upper plane. Let's follow them and take a look. The gate should have been closed, but since it's still early, maybe we can still find some traces in the void. Calling the 2 girls who did not find anything, Yun Nuashing followed the direction of the energy ribbons. The distance, which was neither too far nor too near, was a little confusing. The destination of the teleportation was not clear, and the vague teleportation could not be so precise that they could teleport as far as they wanted. If they were to go step by step, using long-distance teleportation would be a little too much, and they might bump into a barrier and have an accident. If they were to follow the traces, it would be a little too far, and if they were to slowly teleport over a small distance, well, it seems that they could only slowly teleport over and over again. The void teleportation magic circle that was constructed brought the 4 of them to flicker in the void again and again. Every time they came out of the void teleportation magic circle, they would be teleported again in the next second. It looked as though they were leaping forward in the void teleportation magic circle, and every time they came out, they would only see darkness in front of them. They couldn't recognize where they were at all. If they didn't look at the concept layer of laws, they wouldn't know if they were getting closer or further away from the upper plane. Foam, are we not there yet? Why are you taking so long to teleport? When Yun Nuashing was muttering distance in her heart, we could not help but complain. When she turned her head, she saw that he was picking at his ears and staring at the void. He was so bored that he could not help but shake his head helplessly. The energy traces are very long and they are intermittent. They are the traces left behind when they tore the void in a hurry to perform a large-scale void jump. If we follow the aura step by step, we can only jump again and again. If we directly touch the chaos barrier, well, I'm afraid that we won't be able to control ourselves and bump into the barrier. I'm worried that there will be problems. All right. Hui sighed resignedly and spread his hands. Let me see how I Ching and the others are doing. Call me when we arrive. We've arrived. Yun Nuashing's cheeks twitched. Why did it sound like he was some sort of transport in the mortal world? They did not know much about the situation during the Chaos Era. As outsiders, this void region did not seem to have any intention of opening its heart to them for the time being. They could not immediately come into contact with some of the rules that were only related to the life forms that lived here. In short, they could not fully grasp the situation during the Chaos Era, and they did not have the time to stay where they were and do nothing. After all, they did not have many people, but they were also worried that the forces of chaos would launch a sneak attack. If they caused a huge ruckus and the ambush became stronger and they happened to be away, it would be terrible. Therefore, they could only leave enough energy towers in the chaos gap and the main areas of the world of order to assist in the defense before heading to the place where the energy resonance occurred. Probably thinking about it from inside to outside, we suddenly connected some things. Phone, according to the current situation, if the tragedy of this void region is caused by the chaos concept body, can we assume that the situation in the sealed upper plane is similar to the void region we're in? Yun Nuashing was startled, but quickly reacted. Does that mean that order and chaos are fiercely clashing inside? Hui nodded vigorously. The chaotic concept bodies were always thinking about destroying order. Even if they retreated to a corner, they would definitely not give up on causing trouble. Just like the time on the Cloud Continent, if it were not for the backup plans set up by the heavenly god of origin, the void of order would have welcomed an unrestrained chaotic concept body, and it could have collided with the world of order and the underworld at any time. Those beings that were the origin of order seemed to have calculated everything and arranged everything properly. Even if they were gone, they did not allow the chaos concept body to do as it pleased in the void. If that's the case, this is the domain of the chaos concept body, which means that there must be some power that keeps it in check as well. Perhaps it's a seal or something else. And perhaps there really is a heavenly god of origin hiding here and confronting the chaos concept body. Perhaps they could look forward to something. Perhaps if they really brought back a heavenly god of origin, then don't think about it. Yun Nuashing glanced at her old friend, knowing that he was indulging in wild fantasies from his elated expression. If it's really as you say, we'll just be giving ourselves away even if we get involved in the confrontation between the heavenly god of origin and the chaos concept body. Moreover, since they're confronting each other and the lower and middle planes have been beaten to such a state, it means that the heavenly god of origin is at a disadvantage. If we rush in, we'll just be a side dish. Hui was speechless. Those 2 sentences had turned his fantasy into a nightmare. As they leaped through the void, they could occasionally see some remnant, broken scenes that had not completely disappeared after fusing with the void. For example, the chaotic light in front of them entangled the void, mixed with countless broken energies as if it was surrounded by energy particles. It resembled a torn galaxy with a huge world barrier floating in the void. It was clearly not the size of a single world cluster. There should have been dozens of world clusters here, or perhaps a smaller world group that had been destroyed recently. Moreover, it would not have been the void's own destruction. A natural void disaster would not have gnawed a world group into a mess as if it had been bitten by a pack of rats, nor would such a huge composite condensation be left behind. It was clearly man-made. The hasty pause did not allow the three of them to examine the chaotic condensation more closely. When the void appeared in front of them again, they were already in another place. Is that damage caused by chaos? Or is it caused by order? Hui sighed faintly. It's not chaos. There's no presence of chaos. Moreover, if it was caused by chaos, the scene would be very clean, and there would not be such a mess left behind. Order. Those damned people from the upper plane. What are they trying to do? Yun Nuashing shook his head. It's still impossible to tell with the current minute conditions, but he paused for a moment and even stopped leaping through the void. His fingers twirled around his long hair as he pondered and replied, The middle and lower planes that have been destroyed by chaos have left behind almost 100,000 world clusters. For the time being, we do not know how these 100,000 world clusters escaped the purge of chaos, but chaos clearly did not intend to let them go. Even if its main forces were gathered in the upper plane and were still fighting, perhaps in a bitter battle, the middle and lower planes did not completely escape the calamity. The era of chaos is the best proof. It still wants to destroy the remaining worlds, even if there's only 1% of them left. This is the inclination of chaos. Then, what is the inclination of order? Think about it from the perspective of the beings of order. What is the purpose of those ghostly people from the upper plane to do evil? Hui scratched his head. With our current realm, if there's something in the middle and lower planes that is worth their attention, I can only think of one answer. And if there's no accident, it should be the only answer. Something related to the heavenly god of origin. The middle and lower planes actually looked a little strange. He was not talking about the strangeness caused by external forces, but the middle and lower planes themselves. Through the statistics of the void map, they had also calculated another fact. Most of the world clusters in the middle and lower planes originated from the previous era. Almost 100,000 world clusters left behind. 90% of them originated from the 36th and 17th eras. The rest of the world clusters only emerged in this era. The latest ones could be traced back to 10 eras ago, while the rest were born even before that. They were all products of order that should have been scrapped due to overage. Cough, cough. These clues that couldn't be considered clues all pointed towards the 36th and 37th eras. That should be the time when this void domain and chaos domain were formed. They were the unlucky ones who were dragged into this. This information was meant for those who understood the situation. However, they were only a group of order life forms in the current era. They didn't understand what exactly happened during the 36th and 37th eras. What he wanted to say was that these worlds that were born in the previous era might be related to the heavenly god of origin. That was probably the reason why they could survive. Otherwise, there was no way to explain the phenomenon of 90% of the survivors coming from the same era. Perhaps those world clusters that were born in this era were the real survivors. They were purely lucky to have escaped the cleansing of the forces of chaos. However, as for something related to the heavenly god of origin, they did find something in the inner world of that world. It was a statue, a lump of stone that could only be used to calculate time. That should be it. Oh, right. There was also a crystal with the power of origin. That thing broke free from the statue. After it broke free, it flew into the void and fled in the direction of the upper plane. These were probably related to the heavenly god of origin. If there were more, it would only mean that they had overlooked even more. We got goosebumps as he thought about it. He could not help but mutter, beings of order, looking for something related to the heavenly god of origin. They are also beings of order, yet they attack order. What the hell? Don't tell me that the underworld is here? You're thinking too much. Yun Nuashing glanced at him and shook her head. They were fence-sitters back then. It's impossible for them to be involved in this kind of battle that directly collides with order and chaos. The demonic figure in the cloud continent had also said, the general meaning is that we don't know when they will be gone. The underworld's base camp is obviously still in the outer void, and they are still stirring up trouble there. Hui scratched his head, unwilling to give up. But in the world of order, there shouldn't be anyone else other than the underworld who can meet all three conditions at once, right? There shouldn't be a second batch of order who is an enemy of order and the heavenly god of origin. They can't just throw themselves into the embrace of the chaotic void, volunteering to join the chaos and turn the tables on order. Moreover, if both of them succeeded, then wouldn't the void of order be too miserable? There are spies every year. It's just that there are a lot of them at that time. Maybe that's the case. Yun Nuoxing's expression was quite strange when she said that. It was obvious that she was unwilling to face another powerful enemy of order. However, the clues in front of them told them that this might be the case. So, the world of order. It's not pure. It's not pure at all. This exaggerated laughter, this exaggerated tone, this voice. We shuddered violently when he heard it. This guy's resentment towards the world of order was probably increasing exponentially. At this time, he should be glad that Maple didn't know that a group of people who were struck by lightning had come to the front line of the void to stir up trouble. If Maple knew about it, the world of order would probably suffer. We're here. Don't think about it anymore. There will only be answers to those questions later. Whether it's the underworld or another group of spies of order, as long as they really cooperate with the chaos to stir up trouble, they will all be treated as the chaos. Don't accept surrender. Don't kill them. Don't give them a chance to turn over a new leaf. If you want them to continue living in the void of order in other ways, I'd rather blow up the void of order. Hui was speechless. That really fits Maple's answer. Putting aside those messy thoughts, they turned their attention to the front. It was still the void. The void in front of them was darker and deeper. Their senses were blocked by a thin layer of invisible barrier. That was the chaos barrier that separated the upper realm and the middle realm. Until now, they still had no way to shake it. In front of the thin barrier, the blurry band of energy light appeared again. One end of it pointed to the middle realm, and a part of it seemed to have squeezed into the upper realm. This layer of barrier should have been opened for a short period of time, allowing the group of people who fled with the light of several worlds to pass through, leaving behind traces. The breath has disappeared here. Yun Nuoxing stepped forward and put her hand on the chaos barrier. She tried to use the origin energy for a while. Then she turned to the three of them and shook her head. It's not working. Although there's a crack, there's still no way to tear it open. The defense of the chaos barrier is too strong. Even if I use all my strength now, the probability of opening a crack is less than 1 in 10 million. It seems that only a key can open a crack. Key. Hui let out a long sigh of distress. His face was gloomy. They're obviously from the Order. Why would they have a key to open the chaos barrier? They've really defected to the enemy, these people. Why don't I see anything good about the chaos void? Aren't they all from the Order void? What good would it do them to destroy the Order void back to its original point? Staring blankly at the empty void where only the Order of chaos is left? Looking at the world without order? Hui scolded. He could not help but turn to Maple and said, "These people hate the Order void more than you do." Yun Nuoxing's face twitched. "I don't hate. At most I hate. I hate those things that are not pure. I hate those things that are mixed with too many impure things. But this is what the Order void looks like. So I can only hate it. It's not to the extent of..." He paused and pondered for a moment. Then he said seriously, "It's not to the extent of now. Well, if the war between order and chaos has reached this point, and the Order void is stirring up trouble, maybe. I can't say maybe. Maybe? Well, go crazy and tear down the house." Hui was speechless. He was glad that he did not meet the people who stirred up trouble a few eras ago, that allowed the Order void to survive for a few more eras. There's nothing here. I Ching and the others have already gone to the rest of the energy resonance points. Should we go to another place to check out the situation? We coughed and quickly changed the topic. Yun Nuashing tilted her head and looked at the chaos barrier. She only hesitated for a few seconds before nodding. Chapter 1822. The world of order from all aspects was quite complicated. When it was peaceful, meaning that the void of order was not invaded by the void of chaos, the world was filled with people fighting each other, which was the highest level of domestic violence in the void of order. When it was not peaceful, well, living on the edge of war was like living in an abyss of suffering, with chaos in front and order behind. Being attacked from the front and back, other than tangling with chaos until death, every day they also had to be on guard against being stabbed in the back by their own people, which was really not a peaceful life, except for the front line of the void of order. The front line of the void of order gathered 50% of the living beings in the void of order, and any one of them would be a top-notch expert in the world of order. Furthermore, due to the fierce battles over several eras, they had been through countless life and death situations. Each of them was berserk, crazy, and had the power of order all over their faces. There was no need for any announcement to know that the 50% of the living beings in the void of order were all above average lunatics. No one in the world of order dared to mess with them, except for that one time 5 years ago. I can't keep mentioning this. If I keep mentioning this and Maple hears it, then he won't be in trouble, but the world of order will definitely be in trouble. They were now heading towards I Ching's location. There were already people occupying the 12 energy resonance points, and I Ching was closer to them, so they chose the closest location. This time, they didn't directly teleport to the location. Maple intended to walk around the void and use a medium speed to sneak towards I Ching's location. It would take about 1 or 2 hours. Maple intended to look at the various situations in the void. Yep, various situations that were very confusing in their eyes. The broken world light orbs, the collapsed void, and the exposed time sea were like internal organs that were exposed to the outside. Some of the order creations that could no longer be healed. Some of the buildings that were floating in the void had not been destroyed in time. Their energy had been completely exhausted, and other than that, there was nothing else. The broken objects that came and went had turned the void of order into a large garbage dump. They were all things that were thrown into the void when the world of order encountered an abnormal collapse. Occasionally, one could see the world light orbs that wrapped around a piece of remnant law that had yet to dissipate. That's too much. See, you couldn't help but grab Yin Nuashing's hand tightly and whispered, "The world of order has already been corrupted by chaos, and the people of order are still adding insult to injury." We let out a long sigh of relief and did not say anything. What they saw along the way was indeed the scene of the world being destroyed by order, not the traces left behind by chaos. Frankly speaking, the traces left behind by chaos might have disappeared completely after a few eras. At this moment, the traces found in the void were all fresh and could be traced back from half a year ago to 1,000 years ago. They believed that there must be more traces that were even older. It was either that they had not discovered them or that they had been devoured by the void. What they could see was only a small part of it. I remember that the people of the underworld also belonged to the order, right? Feng Qing Huang turned to Yun Nuashing and asked, "Why are they using the power of chaos to destroy the void of order?" Well, we have talked about this topic many times, but it's basically just guessing and there's no conclusion. We floated to the front and turned to face them. He held the back of his head with both hands and said, "I personally think that they're using the power of chaos because they have coincidentally encountered the concept body of chaos. However, it's impossible for them to control the concept body of chaos. They can only use the power of God's destruction that they have obtained from God knows where to imitate the concept body of chaos to attack the world of order. This is economical and practical. The void energy is unlimited, and the chaos soldiers can be equivalent to unlimited as well. It doesn't consume much manpower or resources at all. As for why they're using such a cautious method, my current opinion is that they're too cowardly. They don't dare to fight head-on, so they can only sneakily hide in the back and throw things out to waste the power of the world of order. Your Feng's opinion is that they're still playing tricks behind the scenes. They intend to use an even more effortless method, and a method that's almost certain to succeed, to flatten the void of order in a single wave. The death abyss mist that they're throwing out is only used as a small trick to push their plan forward. They don't need to start fighting in the lower planes, saving time. Hui spread his hands to the two girls and said, "What do you think?" Si Yu and Feng Qinhuang looked at each other. Both of them lowered their heads and said in unison, "We agree with Little Star's opinion." Hui grimaced. The answer was as he had expected. However, he still felt like he was hit by a critical blow. Why? Last time, the underworld threw out 20 high-level primeval and almost broke through the Void Realm's frontline. So, it's obvious that they're not afraid to fight. Well, if they're not completely afraid to fight, then they must have been delayed by something more important, Siyu said. Oh, that's a good idea. It's very possible. Hui looked slightly enlightened. Then, what do you think is going on in this void? The power of chaos is more straightforward than the abyssal death mist. It didn't leave anything in the lower and middle planes. It directly drew a prison in the upper planes to fight a life and death battle. Instead, it's a group of unknown upper planes that are causing trouble in the lower and middle planes. The two girls still said in unison, "We don't know." At this moment, Siyu suddenly had a feeling. "Lord Hui, do you think that group of people from the upper plane is the group of people that Little Star sensed, the group that brought 4 or 5 worlds and fled quickly?" Hui was stunned. Yun Nuashing turned to look at her and said, "Continue." "Little Star, when you sensed that the barrier resonated with some places in the lower and middle planes, there was a point where the energy dimmed rapidly. Not long after, it was completely annihilated. When we rushed over, we could only see the traces left by them as they tore through the void and left in a hurry." Si Yu's Mei Mao kept flashing. Could it be that they felt that their location had been exposed? They felt a little guilty about what they did in the world of order. So, when they were exposed, they ran away without saying anything. Even from the beginning, they were prepared to run away at every moment. That's why they could run away so quickly and decisively. That's quite possible. But Hui nodded. He had a serious expression on his face. Those bastards dared to kill Order. They definitely did not have a guilty conscience. Oh, I didn't say that they were guilty because they, as Order, were found out to have attacked Order. Si Yu smiled slightly. She held Yun Nuashing's arm and swung it back and forth. Mei Mao's eyes flashed with the light of wisdom. It's just that they felt something very representative and mistakenly thought that they might have come looking for them. So they ran away in a hurry. They didn't even dare to confirm whether their feelings were wrong. Hui was stunned. This. Yun Nuashing narrowed her eyes. It's representative. They ran away in a hurry because they were no match for it. It's as if they had met their natural enemy. Small animals in the forest will run away when they hear a huge commotion. This is because they know that a huge monster is about to pass by, or that a huge monster is nearby. Their small bodies are blocked by the forest, so it's obviously not easy for those big guys to notice them. It's very easy for them to be trampled flat. They ran away just to avoid being hurt by the innocent. Thinking about the characteristics of this area, the possible characteristics of this area, and the fact that they might be related to the chaos. With all these conditions, we can more or less confirm that they ran away in a hurry because they mistakenly thought that they had been discovered by a huge monster. And the huge monster obviously represents Order. That's why they were afraid. Hui suddenly understood. Those bastards mistook us for the origin, heavenly god who caused the commotion. F***CK. If that's the case, this group of Order beings who are causing trouble in the Void Realm don't even know that the origin, heavenly god, has passed away. From the very beginning, They were trapped in this area together with the chaos conceptual entity and the origin heavenly God. Now that there's a commotion about the origin heavenly God, they may have mistakenly thought that the battle outside has ended, and the origin heavenly God has come knocking on their door. Those guys who are causing trouble in the order may also be from the previous era. Hui was shocked by his own conjecture. As long as one of the conditions was missing, none of his conjectures would be valid. Then he combined the conditions of his new conjecture. Damn it, this must be the underworld. Yun Nuashing also frowned. I'll keep it for now. When the war between order and chaos broke out in the previous era, the world of order was also quite chaotic. Since it has been traced back to the previous era, it's hard to guarantee that there won't be a second person who stands on the side of chaos and declares war on order. Huey's jaw dropped. He was stunned for a long time. No, is order so unlucky? Is it so unpopular? One underworld is enough. How can there be another? That's not the case. It's only because they have too many desires. Standing on the side of order, they can't fulfill them, so they can only take the risk and walk towards chaos. Since ancient times, there have been many people with this nature. It's just that this nature is magnified until they stand on the scene between order and chaos. Only then will you feel surprised and puzzled. Yun Nuashing sighed and shook her head. She also felt a headache. The battlefield in the mythological era was definitely much more dangerous than the one they were facing now. The origin, heavenly God, also had it tough. Not only did they have to deal with the entire chaotic void, but their families also didn't feel at ease. But at that time, 80% of the order void seemed to be under the command of the origin, heavenly God. Thinking about it this way, it seemed that their void front line was more miserable. Well, the order void had never felt at ease since ancient times. This was their nature, a good tradition that was engraved in their souls. The state of inspecting the void along the way lasted for 2 hours before it ended. Yun Nuashing left many arrangements along the way, just like setting up the second line of defense and the third line of defense. Hui and the 2 girls witnessed with their own eyes the scene of him and the little angel, leaving a number of crazy defenses in the void. That was really, well, they really did not know what to say. In short, it was very crazy. Since it was a temporary defense built according to the specifications of the second line of defense, it seemed that Maple was also preparing for a battle with the concept body of chaos. Whether it was here or in the upper plane, it was better to be prepared first, in case something unexpected happened and they were all killed by the impact of chaos before they could set up a stance and return to the spiritual temple. If that was really the case, they would be too ashamed to face the hundreds of millions of soldiers on the front line. The 2 highest managers of the front line went out for a stroll and were all killed back to the spiritual temple. After leaving behind a defense that looked passable but was in fact insane in Huey's eyes, they performed a final void warp and rushed into a world of light. As soon as they opened their eyes, they saw a broken asteroid belt, surrounded by planets that were missing limbs. Some had missing northern hemispheres. Some had craters in their southern hemispheres, and there were even 2 exposed cores that had completely cooled. Billions of fragments floated around them, and the scene before them was like a graveyard of stars. More importantly, there were footprints and traces left by intelligent life on their surface. Those buildings were covered in dust, while others floated in space with the broken stars. If all of this were drawn on a painting, it would probably raise endless sorrow in one's heart. This was a stellar system, closer to the edge of the stars. The sun had been extinguished, leaving behind a pitifully thin dust cloud that could hardly block one's vision. The collapsed core that was still burning was also dim and lightless. Its predecessor should have been a star that was on the smaller side in terms of volume and mass. Logically speaking, it should have been able to last for billions of years without extinguishing. After that, the core could continue burning for almost 10 billion years. And then the core was almost extinguished. The life in this place should have gone through 3 periods. The first was when the sun was in a healthy state. The second was when the sun was in a subhealthy state. The third was when the sun was collapsing. And the last was when there was only a core left. Oh, there were 4. We glanced around and came to this conclusion. This was what the traces of human beings left on the surrounding planets told him. The conditions seemed harsh and difficult, but in fact, it made no difference to the higher life forms. The mortals could still survive in the sun if they put on a shield, provided that they did not mind that there would be no night in the future. The life that lived here should have been extinguished during the period when only the core of the star remained. As for what happened, no one knew. Perhaps the blame could be placed on the upper plane. After all, no matter how one looked at it, this didn't look like a natural dissipation. What kind of star system could blow up a planet into pieces when it dissipated naturally? If it weren't for the fact that the gravity of this place had lost its effect, there would have been 7 or 8 asteroid belts by now. Feng Qinghuang looked around and picked up an oval rectangular stone that was at most 200 or 300 meters long from the asteroid belt beside her. Little star, look at this. Yun Nuashing wiped away the dust on the surface of the stone and blinked. It was destroyed about 3,000 years ago. Hui, you should be right. The life here should have gone through 4 periods. There is a broken planet with ancient ruins from billions of years ago, although it is also broken. Hui crossed his arms. 3,000 years ago, they should have been killed by those damn people from the upper plane. The probability is not small. As they looked around the stellar graveyard, I Ching's figure emerged from the stars and bowed to them respectfully. Lord Feng, Lord Hui, we have investigated the place that may be related to the energy resonance point. Well, actually there is only one place in the entire shattered stars that still has the energy of order. We found it without much investigation, but I Ching hesitated for a moment. When he saw Lord Feng signaling to him, he continued, I think, Lord Feng, you may need to be mentally prepared. Yun Nuashing's cheeks twitched. Hui immediately understood and blurted out, slightly agitated, Origin. I Ching saw that Lord Feng's face was dark as he scratched his head and looked around helplessly. He nodded stiffly. Maybe. Yun Nuashing took a deep breath. Give me a quick death. I think it should be. I Ching led them around the broken asteroid belt for a while and came to the back of a huge broken planet. Hidden behind it was its own satellite. The distance was obviously too close. It was as close as a ball touching a ball, but it stopped just right at the point where their faces were touching. The two of them are less than 30,000 miles away from each other. Half of the laws of this star system have been broken, and it has yet to be repaired. One of them is gravity. Their mass is still normal, but they have lost their gravity like... I Ching turned back to look at the other parts of the star system, and the image that was frozen in front of his eyes was their last words of what had happened thousands of years ago. A portrait. The thing about the origin is on this moon. It is the only thing in this stellar system that is still intact. Yun Nuashing followed his gaze and looked at the moon that was approaching in front of him. It was a brownish-yellow earth ball, the size of a normal planet. It could be inhabited, and there were faint traces of life on it. However, these traces were now covered with a layer of dust. The life of the entire star system had disappeared without a trace. Compared to the beautiful words of "they have already left," he chose to believe the more realistic words of "they have already died." Thin air was still floating in the space of the brownish-yellow dirt ball. The gravity had disappeared. Well, no, it was destroyed. Originally, gas would not stay in this state, but the laws of the entire stellar system had been broken, causing them to freeze and become a portrait. They were all preserved at the moment of the destruction. Nothing had changed. Unless there was an external influence, they would stay in this position until the end of the world. The moon should have come out just now. Yun Nuashing pointed to the inside of the moon. Look carefully in its stomach. There is still the dimensional power left after the dimensional jump. It has not completely faded. It came out in a hurry when the energy resonance appeared. Hui saw the dimensional power that had not dissipated in time. He nodded and asked, "Maybe it's not just here. Maybe it's the same in other places, including the few worlds that slipped away. They might have been hiding in some space until the energy resonance point was found. Seeing that they were exposed, they didn't care about anything else and ran away in a hurry." "Oh, that makes sense." Hui nodded and turned to look at I Ching. "Little Ching, where is it?" "On the back. Please come with me." I Ching took them around the stars and came to the back of the brownish-yellow dirt ball. He pointed down and said, "It's under. What the F asterisk? Why is it this thing?" He hadn't even said a few words when Sir Hui cursed first. Hearing this, he was stunned. You've already met?" "Not only have we seen it." Yun Nuashing's face twitched. "I even walked around inside. Tell me, is there one or two divine palaces below?" "Inside the divine palaces, there's a stone statue with its back against the throne and its hand holding the air." I Ching now believed that the two of them had really seen it. Yes, Yun Nuashing and the other three were speechless. They looked at each other and then turned to look down. They were even more speechless. On the surface of the planet below, there were circles upon circles. One circle was a mountain, the outer circle was a forest, and the outer circle was a river that was so thirsty that only a river channel remained. The river channel bloomed on the entire land, and the tributaries poked into the other circles on the ground. Beyond the river channel was a circle of plains. They had already seen these circles before. No, that was not the main point. The main point was, at the center was a forest that had already withered. They could see millions of withered trees standing tall, and they could also see the only building left on the entire land at the center, the temple that made them feel a little regretful. It was probably a temple. The angle was not very good, so they could not see it fully, but the appearance of this planet was too similar. It was as if it was carved from the same mold. There was no difference between the two planets. He turned his neck a quarter to Feng and said, "Why do I feel like we're going to get involved in more messy things?" "To be honest, I already feel like it's going to be more messy things." Yun Nuashing's face continued to twitch. With a stomach full of doubts, she muttered, "The resonance point of the chaos barrier points to something related to the heavenly god of origin. What do you think?" Siyu covered her face with her hands and looked to the side. "I can't see. Yun Nuashing." "Anyway, let's go down and take a look." The planet was completely cold and lifeless. Everything that used to live on its surface had died along with the death of the star system. What was left here was just like its brothers and sisters. They were all specimens. In the center of the little earth ball, there were densely packed, withered trees. They were pale and ashen white, so brittle that they would shatter with a single touch. There were also many extremely large, withered trees, perhaps tens of thousands of feet tall. It was not hard to imagine that this place used to be filled with lush foliage, just like that primeval forest. However, with the passage of time, all that was left for them was a grave of death. The temple was located in the center of this withered forest. There was only one temple, and the open door allowed them to see the statue in the center without walking in. The only difference from the first time they saw it was that this statue directly emitted origin energy. When they walked into the temple, they could see that the statue was emitting a grayish-white energy at a glance. The great power seemed to be telling the people who came here that they once existed. Even though it was just a dead object now, it still wanted to leave an impression that it was related to them. "Hui, go and smash it." Yun Nuashing shook her head and slapped Hui on the shoulder. "Why me? Didn't you have a lot of fun tearing it down last time?" "But this time the energy of origin is directly exposed." "That's right, your defense is high." Hui was speechless. Well, he was a mid-level premier, right? A shield should have the awareness of a shield. He was the one who said this. He took out the guardian shield and threw it at the statue in front of him. Then he quickly stepped back and took out the next shield. Pestle! Bang! A vast and mighty grayish-white with purple origin energy suddenly exploded from the statue. Yin Nuashing trembled all over and immediately pushed the two girls behind him, propped up an energy barrier, and reached out to throw it at Hui. Wow! I Ching saw Lord Hui turn into a wisp of green smoke and rush into the starry sky. Her cheeks were trembling. Yun Nuashing looked at her hands, which had nowhere to put, and coughed softly and quickly put them down. Okay, I didn't have time to put a shield on him, but it shouldn't be a big problem. After Hui was done, the statue also shattered. A crystal in the shape of a water droplet jumped out. It was grayish-white with a little purple light in the center. It was that water droplet again. This was definitely the symbol of the heavenly god of origin. Just like the first time they saw the water droplet crystal, the latter appeared in the same place for a while after it appeared. Then it rose into the air and rushed in the direction of the upper plane. Yun Nuashing timed it right this time. When it rushed out, she left a wisp of energy of the same origin and let that wisp of energy disappear from sight with the crystal. Hey, wait a minute. Aren't we here to get the key? Yun Nuashing was stunned. Why did she just watch it run away? Everyone was speechless. Chapter 1823. People with good brains would occasionally be a little confused. In fact, it was because they overused their brains and had their own ideas at the last minute. They wanted to protest against the work stoppage, so they occasionally did not cooperate. This was normal, and there was no problem. He definitely did not put all his attention on the messy matter of the origin and forget the purpose of coming here. Absolutely not. Just admit that you were frightened by the messy matter of the origin. Hui, who had swam back from the starry sky, heard the result and immediately showed an unusually wicked smile. He took advantage of the fact that someone was as silly as a fool to poke his face. He poked and joked. When little Qing was talking just now, I saw that your whole body was stiff and almost turned into a stone statue. It has been a few eras, and you still haven't recovered from the shadow of the messy matter of the origin. You still haven't gotten used to it. At this moment, we really wanted to stand on top of the tower in 0 Point City and raise his arm. Billions of rays of light turned into true light and engraved a line of words in the void. Fengling, you also have times when you are muddle-headed, seeing a certain guardian's inexplicable smug look. Yun Nuashing really wanted to slap him in the face with her shoe. However, this time she was really nervous and forgot the purpose of coming here. There was no way to refute. Don't worry, there are still 11 places, aren't there? Yun Nuashing coughed dryly and changed the topic directly. It's not like there's only one key left. Besides, if we really can't find the key, none of us can enter. We have to spend more effort here. What are you showing off here for? Hui was also stunned. This was the truth. This was indeed not the time to show off. I'm not showing off. It's just that it's rare to see you being confused. If I don't seize this good opportunity to laugh at you, there won't be another chance in the future. Yun Nuashing rolled her eyes, turned her head, and swung her long hair, slapping him into the starry sky. However, just as they were used to the void always playing tricks on them, it might be their own mistake to not be able to catch the key this time. However, when the remaining 11 keys were also not caught, the atmosphere became a little strange. Huido kept his mouth shut and did not dare to make a sound. Looking at Fengling's dark face, without thinking, he knew that this matter was still going on. It flew away again. Siyu watched as the water droplet ignored their trap and flew into the sky, disappearing into the void. She couldn't help but sigh. Did we do something wrong? It doesn't feel like the situation is what we thought it would be. Everyone scratched their heads, awkwardly. Like Lord Hui, they stared silently at the sky. They had seen Lord Feng's face darken bit by bit. At this moment, they didn't dare to say anything. Yes, they didn't dare to say anything. If they said the wrong thing, it would be a big problem. Yun Nuashing tugged at her long hair and turned to look at Siyu. After a while, Her eyes flickered and she nodded. Maybe that's the case. When Hui heard him speak, he immediately found a way to break the frozen atmosphere. He jumped over like a tiger. What do you mean? Are you going to smash the door if you don't have the key? If I could smash the wall, I would have done it 2 hours ago. Yun Nuoxing rolled her eyes and sighed. The energy tower detected some movement in the chaos barrier. After these, 12 keys jumped into the barrier itself emitted a wave of energy. It's a little like, we looked at her and guessed. The movement of opening the door? Yes and no. Specifically, it should be a similar reaction to the barrier being weakened. If you insist that these 12 crystals are the keys, it means that all the keys to the door have been returned to their positions. It's just that Hui waved his hand and snapped his fingers. All the keys have been returned to their positions. It's just that one is missing. So now the door is in an unstable state. We can try to smash the door. Why are you always thinking about smashing the door? Yun Nuoxing's face twitched. But that's what it means. Anyway, let's go and see the situation first. The energy tower built around the chaos barrier formed a self-contained order node. However, at this time, it was not connected to each other. It was just standing in the void as a lighthouse to observe the situation. They did not dare to try to encircle the chaos barrier casually. Then something bad would happen. As I gazed at the distant void, I could sense that the magic circles and energy towers that they left behind were constantly emitting torrents of energy. The torrents of energy would only last for a short period of time. Basically, after 2 or 3 attacks of order, it would take a long time before the next explosion of order would occur. I could also observe how much chaos power would appear from the frequency. I didn't need to worry about the situation in the lower and middle planes. There should be no problem. Hui adjusted his position by the collar and tilted his head to ask I Ching and the others. Although I feel that there is no need to worry, I still have to ask, how many energy towers did you leave there? Not many. After all, it's related to the concept of chaos. For safety reasons, we left a portion of the energy towers. Just a portion. A portion. The group of order warriors scratched their heads and laughed dryly. They turned their heads and looked into the depths of the void. Huey's face was calm. How many portions? Give me an accurate number. Just one. All right, more than 100,000 energy towers. Seeing Huey's expression, I Ching hurriedly coughed and reported the number honestly. All right, more than 100,000. Are you sure you won't accidentally do that to someone else? Huey's face twitched violently. These fellows, he had not kept an eye on them for a while, and they had acted recklessly. With a flick of their little hands, they had thrown down hundreds of thousands of origin energy towers. If these towers were spread out evenly and used as nodes in the void to construct a domain of order, it would be enough for a lower plane to sweep through 40 to 50 world groups in the upper plane. If these things were to accidentally go berserk, wouldn't they destroy the order along with them? For the time being, it has been adjusted to only target the power of chaos. But if someone's hands were to go... I Ching pinched his neck and laughed dryly. Poke or something. All right, he understood. As long as the group of unlucky people in the world of order did not have nothing better to do and touch those dangerous things, the world of order would still be peaceful. Maple, how's the situation? Hui turned his head to look at the chaos barrier. Maple had been lying on the barrier since the beginning, and there was no movement even after a long time. It seemed that there was some movement. When he turned his head, he saw that Maple was lying on the barrier, and there was a hexagonal rune in front of him. Energy rune? Magic circle? In short, it was a strange thing that looked like a combination of the three. When he saw it on the barrier, he subconsciously thought that Maple was preparing to smash the door. Now he was looking at where the thickness of the door was thinner so that it would be easier to smash it later. Well, there are two. I don't know what kind of news to tell you. Yun Nuashing straightened up and said to Hui and the others with an expression that even she did not know what kind of expression she had. Let's talk about the bad news first. Theoretically, both of these may be bad news. Hui was silent for a while. He took out his sword and shield and pointed to the front. Can we smash the door directly? Yun Nuashing was instantly very excited. Smash, bang, wah. When everyone turned their heads, they saw Lord Hui rushing into the depths of the void at a speed that was tens of thousands of times faster than light. A long sound slowly dissipated. Smash your head! When Yun Nuashing finished the second half of the sentence, Hui had already disappeared. He could not help but be silent for a while. He pressed his cheeks with both hands. Why is this shield so excited? It's not his turn to smash the wall, right? Everyone laughed dryly and turned their heads away. No one dared to speak. The 13 energy resonance points have now disappeared in the upper plane. I observed that after they passed through the chaos barrier, the structure of the ladder was slightly weakened. Yun Nuashing used 2 fingers to indicate the size of a little bit. Looking at Hui, who ran back with a pig liver colored face, he sighed. By the way, from the weakened structure of a little bit, I found that there is also an energy resonance point. There are more? Everyone's faces turned green when they heard this. Which long-lived guy had so much free time to put so many locks on his door? Where is it? Yun Nuashing stretched out his hand and pointed forward. Inside, on both sides of the barrier, there are energy resonance points that together maintain this barrier. Hui was a little stunned. What's going on? Well, from the analysis of the energy waves, this should be a door lock that needs to be unlocked from both inside and outside at the same time. Isn't it already dead? We have already broken the key in the lock. Hui was very agitated and went forward to slap the barrier. Is there no other way? Yun Nuashing looked around the void and did not know what to say for a moment. The key was already broken in the lock, and the internal key had not been put in place. How to open the door and how to smash the door had become a problem. Although the structure of the barrier had been shaken a little, it was not to the extent that they could casually smash the door. Hui looked at his old friend's silent face and roughly knew what was going on. He felt a headache, and when he had a headache, he could not help but want to use his shield to chisel at the wall. Circles of energy ripples also cut across the barrier. Inadvertently, a bit of different energy seemed to appear, and his face changed. Feng, do you still remember the topic just now? There are dozens of topics here. Can you tell me which topic it is? Just now we were talking about the barrier of chaos. Why is it related to the key left behind by the origin energy? Yun Nuashing opened his mouth. He threw this matter aside. After all, there were too many topics on hold, and it was a little difficult to deal with them all. In fact, the answer to this question was very easy to get, but the answer sounded a little shocking. Things like seals, in the end, can't exhaust things of the same level as them. When the length of time has been measured in epochs, no matter how powerful the seal is, it will weaken because of the continuous impact of the prisoners. They can also find a chance to recover their strength and wait for an opportunity to strike. Yun Nuashing just subconsciously muttered the sentence. The meaning behind it was self-evident, and Hui felt a chill all over his body when he heard it. The barrier in front of them might have been built by the heavenly god of origin in the past. It was a huge seal, a tomb, and was used to imprison everything. This could also explain why the keys on both sides of the barrier were the origin energy. However, after dozens of epochs had passed, in the end, the origin energy could not escape the erosion of enemies of the same level. At this moment, the barrier had become a barrier of chaos, and in turn, it prevented them from going to the middle plane. This is not the first time something like this has happened. Even the heavenly gods themselves have met with misfortune, let alone the things they left behind. Yun Nuashing put her hands behind her back and sighed deeply. Even the heavenly god of Origin's obsession clone could be turned into something that was neither human nor ghost, by the chaotic energy. It was just a mere barrier, right? There were millions of ways to twist it into their own thing. After all, both sides were things that were hanging in the void for almost eternity. Given a little time, many things could be changed drastically. We recalled the same situation that they had just discussed. If the group of people who ran away with the key had sensed something about the origin energy and ran away, and they had used the key left behind by the heavenly god of origin. TSK, this sounded ridiculous. These people were really not good people. Speaking of which, it was quite ridiculous to leave a key behind in a seal. Could it be that they had already anticipated that it would come in handy? For example, they knew that the seal could not be solved, so they just left a back door for someone to solve it. Or, like Wetsu said, it was a seal left behind by one of the heavenly gods of origin. They delayed it here and waited for the battle outside to end so that their companions could come in through the back door, left behind by the heavenly god of origin to help solve the problem. After thinking about it, the possibility of this result seemed to be quite high. If the predecessor is made of origin energy, I have a way to tear a hole in it and let us pass through safely, but Yun Nuashing's eyes flashed as he looked at everyone and said softly, "Maybe it's a one-way passage. Maybe we can't get out once we go in." We understood what he meant, but there are also energy resonating points inside. Even if we find all of them, we can't get out. Oh, the door can only be opened when the inside and outside are open together. Now the key is broken. Yun Nuashing nodded helplessly. Tearing a crack can only be a one-way passage. Even if this layer of barrier has become a part of chaos, its essence is obviously not distorted by the power of chaos. If we don't open it from the inside and outside together, there's no way to open this layer of barrier. We have already triggered the key, left outside, and unilaterally cut off the possibility of it being opened again. Now that we go in, well, I don't know what will happen. Although this kind of barrier can be destroyed by force, we don't have that kind of power. Also, look inside. The concept of chaos has already occupied the barrier and did not tear it apart. Do you think it can't tear it apart? Or is it doing something inside? Feng Qinghuang suddenly looked up. The cage used to imprison our enemies has now become our own cage, trapping us in it. Until one side falls, no one can escape. Yun Nuashing looked at her, hesitated, and then nodded. Order wanted to kill chaos, and chaos would stop at nothing to destroy order in the void. The battle between the two had gone on for over 300 eras without stopping. In a time that was longer than eternity, they did not manage to kill each other, and instead developed a tacit understanding that would not stop until death. Even if the control of the barrier had changed hands, the chaos concept body had no intention of sneaking out and going on a killing spree in the world of order. That would be meaningless, for they wanted to deal with order itself, and not a bunch of ants and weeds born of order. From the beginning to the end, the concept of chaos had only wanted to kill the origin god and then crush the void of order. Both sides had very clear goals. Hui was no longer nervous and anxious after hearing that. Feng, if we go in and die, can we still return to the spiritual temple? The remnant consciousness is under the control of the spiritual temple, no matter where we are trapped or where we die. Unless the spiritual temple is destroyed, we will not be affected. Our memories here will not be damaged. Then it's settled. Hui snapped his fingers and patted Feng Qinghuang's shoulder. Open the door. Let's go in and see what's going on. At most, we'll die. It's not like we haven't died before. We have to go in and see what's going on. Yun Nuashing was startled. She shook her head, helplessly. That doesn't sound like something you would say. Tisk, I'm influenced by you. I'll get used to dying and dying. It's nothing. Yun Nuashing rolled his eyes at him, walked forward, and began to mobilize the origin energy. The mysterious hexagonal pattern that had appeared just now once again appeared on the chaos barrier in front of them. It only took a moment to condense, and a surge of chaos energy that was so dense that we felt it was difficult to withstand gushed out of the hexagonal pattern in an instant. The group of people's faces suddenly changed, and they subconsciously took a few steps back. The door is open, but just going in will be very uncomfortable. Be careful, don't leave my side, Yun Nuashing said, and the azure wings on her shoulders fluttered out. Origin and chaotic energy emerged together, and the radiance of the light of origin instantly filled everyone's field of vision. Unlike the feeling of being immersed in this pure radiance in the past, this time it felt as if they had suddenly sunk into the depths of the sea and were rapidly being dragged to the bottom of the sea by the undercurrent. The instant their consciousness became fuzzy, a crazy and chaotic clamor resounded in everyone's mind. The incomparably chaotic language sounded like an indescribable monster roaring in the void. Hui knew this voice. It was the roar of the concept body of primal chaos. Back in the cloud continent, he had heard the roar of the chaos specter. If not for Feng, Qinghuang's light of origin, and a lot of energy's protection, they might have already died on the spot. The boundless chaos and the clamor of the crazy language suddenly receded. Everyone suddenly entered a state of battle, wanting to resist the language of primal chaos that had just resounded in their minds. But it was already over. Their eyes captured that they were still in the void at this moment. The surroundings were empty and lonely, judging from their location. According to the environmental rules of the void, they were not unexpected. They were in the upper plane. This place. Hui slowly put down the holy shield in his hand. The scene of endless primal chaos charging at them as soon as they entered was not what they expected. The void around them was just quiet, dead silent. Nothing could be seen. It's so empty. It's like, Siyu pursed her lips and did not finish her sentence. Just like the middle and lower planes that had been destroyed, order had been disintegrated by primal chaos. The void itself had died, and nothing else would exist. However, the void here seemed to be more thoroughly destroyed. On the other side of the void where they were fighting, the void of order was only in a state of fainting due to the destruction of the abyssal death mist. Perhaps the void of order, which was directly attacked by the concept body of primal chaos, had already entered a state of suspended animation. Except for the void of order that could not be turned into a void of primal chaos, the other void of order had already it can't be. Huey's face was a little ugly. He looked around but could not see anything. Are we too late? Has the upper plane already collapsed? Yun Nuashing used the power of origin to reach further into the void. After searching for a few minutes, she looked up. Not yet. Order still exists. I can still catch their breath, and at the same time I can also catch the breath of primal chaos. They are about to rush to the core of the upper plane. The power of order is frantically fighting back. The situation is similar to us, but the battle here is more chaotic. We can't go in from the front. We have to find a way to bypass primal chaos and go into order. He left an energy beacon where he was and built a long-distance void teleportation circle. The group was ready to fight and stepped into the teleportation circle. The light of the power of origin flashed and swept them into the center of the void. They all closed their eyes and took a deep breath, feeling the power of the void and space surging. They were flying through area after area. At the same time, they were silently counting the time until the end of the teleportation. Siyu pulled Yin Nuashing's hand. Little star, are we going to fight everywhere when we get out? Don't. Rushing into the battlefield rashly will cause chaos on both sides. Their battle is more chaotic than ours. There is no large-scale defensive line. The realm of order is also a mess. We can see that the area where primal chaos and order are fighting is sandwiched between one another. Well, the power of primal chaos is a glass of water, and order is a bubble on the surface and in the shallow layer of water. Everyone who was about to rush out and start fighting was stunned. Hui picked his ear to express his surprise. It can't be, right? Isn't this the power left by the heavenly god of origin? Why is the battle so chaotic? You ask me, Yun Nuashing's face twitched a few times. Different from the abyss of death, mist's blockade, and the front line of the void, each of them is targeting a node as the main battlefield. Of course, the power of order and primal chaos here is similar. It's just that primal chaos fights wherever there is a large number of people, while order fights everywhere as if there is no one at all. Yes, both sides are not unified. Order fights on their own, and primal chaos is forced to fight on their own. Well, it should be said that primal chaos is very cooperative in fighting on their own. It was not unreasonable that this battlefield could fight for more than 10 eras. Why is it so weird? We are here. Anyway, let's get ready. 3, 2, 1, order territory. What the F asterisk CK? This. Yun Nuashing's face twitched quickly. I may have underestimated the power of this place. Feng Qing Huang was stunned for a while. She subconsciously pulled his arm. Little star, which side should we attack? Chapter 1824. This was a war that was destined to be recorded in the annals of history. A war that had continued since the mythological era. Its very existence was history. The origin god and the chaos concept body were the two deadliest factions in the void. For their own beliefs and goals, they had waged an eternal war that lasted for hundreds of eras in the Deyuan realm, turning the entire Deyuan realm upside down. They had changed their faces several times, and the innocent mortals caught in the middle. Forget it. There was no such thing as innocent in this world. The original sin of order to chaos was order, and conversely, the existence of chaos to order was the original sin. Both sides were mortal enemies that would not rest until one of them was dead. They were natural enemies, and there was no need for words when they met. They only needed to pick up a brick and throw it at each other. There was no need for why in this world, although that was what was said every time, and the reality of the void was like that. They were already used to it. They were used to the fancy wars of order in the void. They were used to the messy affairs of origin and chaos that never stopped stirring up trouble in the void. Apart from stirring up trouble, they were also on the way to stirring up trouble. They were so used to it that they could face the origin god and the chaos concept body without batting an eyelid. They had thought that it was so, but the void was indeed the void. The war between order and chaos was also the biggest mess in the void. Witnessing the scene in front of them with their own eyes, Yun Nuashing and we both felt that their short lives of a dozen or so eras were still too young. None of them were playing by the rules. A vast expanse of dark clouds accompanied by endless chaos soldiers shrouded their entire vision with an overwhelming momentum. The power of order was like fireflies that were startled in the forest at night, densely covering the night sky. The light they emitted could only barely illuminate the space around them, and could not bring light to the entire night. They were just weak sparks that were drowned in this extremely dark sea. They drifted along with the sea and stretched for millions of miles. Even if they could not tear apart the darkness here, they were still doing their best to ignite their own flames. So far, everything was normal. This was just the norm in the war between order and chaos. Whether it was the scene in front of them, the front line of the void, or the war of the previous era, they believed that it was all the same, until they clearly saw something that wasn't normal. The dark gray clouds were the energy of chaos. You could also call it the energy of annihilation. Its color and the pressure it brought to all life forms of order was one of a kind. Those who had seen it once would never mistake it. It would be impossible for them to mistake it. Even the power of God's destruction, which was also a power of non-order, was completely different from the purest chaos energy. Moreover, there were slight differences between the annihilation energies. If one observed them directly, they would only see that they were wearing the same coat. However, if one saw them a few times, one's senses would be able to tell the difference between the two. Also, the soldiers of chaos created by different annihilation energies were different too. This was probably the concept of chaos that came with personal preference. Although it was hard to imagine that the concept of chaos had such a thing as personal preference. There were a total of 3 types of Chaos Soldiers that they had seen. One in the Cloud Continent, one in the 3 elemental realms, and one in front of them. No, perhaps 2. In the void, the vast clouds of chaos rolled endlessly. Soldiers of chaos, who were wearing some kind of light armor and holding large shields and sabers, were marching out of the clouds of chaos in a neat formation. They had seen this scene before. The soldiers of chaos had some kind of indescribable coordination and discipline, living up to their name of soldiers. Beside this neat troop, there was a cloud of chaos that was churning in a slightly different manner from the first cloud of chaos. A group of humanoid figures that looked about the size of an ordinary human and were wrapped in black cloaks kept surging out of it. The chaos energy that overflowed from their bodies made Yun Nuashing and the others realize that they were a type of chaos soldiers. Besides, he had seen them before. Now that he thought about it, they should be the first type of chaos soldiers he had seen. But when he first saw them, he didn't recognize any concept bodies of chaos and could only recognize that they were non-order life forms that belonged to chaos. Yes, he saw them when he first met Jingyan and the others. Along with them, he also met a group of non-order life forms in black cloaks. Back then, he thought that they were non-order life forms in the chaos void. But now it seemed like they were a type of chaos soldiers, an army created by the concept bodies of chaos and used to flatten the order void. The number of black-cloaked soldiers was smaller. Their energy level was on the same level as the other group of chaos soldiers, but they seemed to be stronger. If the latter were intermediate cannon fodder, the black-cloaked soldiers should be considered advanced cannon fodder. Besides, they could speak human language. Whoa! At Asterisk and Yen. When everyone heard this, their faces subconsciously darkened. They had heard it when they passed through the door. This strange language carried some kind of unforgettable power that was forced to run around in their minds, and they couldn't understand what it was saying at all. They could only hear a low and cold voice, the language of chaos. Yun Nuashing squinted his eyes slightly. Just like what he saw 5 years ago, the black-cloaked chaos soldiers could speak human language. However, this was not a language meant for them, nor was it a language meant for beings of order. That was only the language of the chaos soldiers or even the concept bodies of chaos themselves, just like the first divine language of order. Back then, Jingyan didn't seem to understand what the other side was saying. It seemed that the order life forms couldn't understand this language, and the concept bodies of chaos should know it too. So when they communicated, they spoke the common language of all races. Damn it, the concept bodies of chaos used the language of the heavenly god of origins to popularize the Deyuan realm. Returning to the topic at hand, they had been left stunned so far. 2 types of chaos soldiers were equivalent to 2 chaos concept bodies, attacking the power of order at the same time. The shock was no less than when they were fighting the abyssal death shroud at the front line of the void when 20 high-level primeval suddenly appeared, making them realize the seriousness of the problem. And boom! A huge amount of chaos energy suddenly exploded, and the violent impact of the explosion blew a group of order soldiers into nothingness and also annihilated tens of thousands of the light-armored chaos soldiers. The latter knocked the shields in their hands with their swords, and as an individual who seemed to be a commander pointed forward, millions of chaos soldiers raised their swords and shields and charged towards the black-cloaked soldiers. The black-cloaked chaos soldiers shouted in the void. Who knew what they were shouting about? All of them got into their stances, and then tens of thousands of chaos soldiers charged towards the order. Hundreds of thousands of black-cloaked soldiers turned around and charged into a group with the light-armored chaos soldiers. Some of them were beating and killing at the front, while some were gathering chaos energy at the back, ready to push the light-armored chaos soldiers into nothingness. As for the order, they were passive. When the black-cloaked soldiers charged forward, they attacked them. When the chaos soldiers with swords and shields moved closer to the melee range, the order soldiers also grabbed their weapons and charged without any regard for their own safety. The three parties started a chaotic battle in the void that had never been heard of before. The Chaos Soldiers fought each other, and at the same time, they were beating up the Order together. Boom! Yun Nuashing and the others turned their gazes stiffly. Ah, this familiar presence. This is the battle of four parties in the void, a vast destructive force, suddenly swept out. It was an energy that was dyed with a touch of maddening scarlet in the darkness. It was the movement of their old friends, old foes, and old rivals. Yes, the abyssal death shroud. Yes, the servants had joined the battle. Yes, they had appeared here. Then they could almost confirm that those damned people from the upper plane were the underworld because their usual cannon fodder had appeared in this place. Coupled with the long list of conditions that they had analyzed before they entered the void, and including what they saw now, they could not think of any other place in the Order that could perfectly fit all the conditions except for the underworld. Looking at the abyssal death shroud manifestation, a large mass of abyssal death shroud occupied a corner of the void. The massive abyssal death shroud manifestation attacked the three parties with the force of a planet. The energy impact of the abyssal death shroud manifestation pierced through the defense of the void like a scarlet and dark sword, catching the three parties off guard. Then the Order and Chaos Soldiers on both sides turned their heads. Millions of Order and Chaos Soldiers blasted the abyssal death shroud manifestation at the same time. A round of concentrated fire turned the abyssal death shroud manifestation into ashes along with billions of abyssal death shroud manifestation. The black-cloaked Chaos Soldiers wielded the swords and shields of the light-armored Chaos Soldiers and slashed an Order soldier in half. When the two halves of the Order soldier hurriedly recovered his body, he unleashed a Mahamudra and smashed a bunch of light-armored Chaos Soldiers into pieces. When the Abyss Death Mist derivative saw that the light-armored Chaos Soldiers had a gap in their defense, it immediately rushed in like a sharp arrow piercing into the battlefield and slashed the camp of the light-armored Chaos Soldiers into two halves. Then it swept the black-cloaked Chaos Soldiers who were blocking its way into the whirlpool and tore millions of them into pieces. When the light-armored Chaos Soldiers saw that there was an opportunity, they turned around and pressed the commander of the black-cloaked Chaos Soldiers to death in the void. When the Order soldiers saw that the situation was not right, they quickly retreated and regrouped. When one of the soldiers retreated, he took out a small bottle and threw it at the front of the battlefield with all his might. With a loud bang, a large amount of ignited abyss death mist burst out from the bottle and enveloped the three groups of people. The Chaos Soldiers and the abyss death mist derivative were both seriously injured. They were going crazy. I have been wandering in the void for more than 10 eras. What kind of scene have I not seen? Hui trembled as he pressed his face with his hands. Then he glanced at the chaotic battlefield in front of him. His cheeks were twitching, and his face was full of doubt. No, I have never seen such a scene. I have never seen it either. Yun Nuashing's face trembled violently. He had seen a very chaotic battlefield before. Dozens of people were entangled in a chaotic battle. That was a chaotic battle between Order and Chaos. It was hard to tell who was fighting who and who was fighting who. But this was the battlefield between Order and Chaos. The forces of Chaos came together to beat Order to death. He could accept it. After all, this was normal. But these two parties of Chaos Soldiers were beating each other up. The abyssal death shroud manifestation acted according to the situation. When the three parties were fighting, they attacked Order at the same time. Order fought back in a sorry state. In the end, it was still Order who suffered the most in the chaotic battle. This, he had never seen such a scene before. How should he deal with it? Should Kai Wuxuang destroy all three parties of Chaos? It was a good idea, but it probably wouldn't be easy to realize. If he went overboard and woke up one or two chaotic concept bodies, then he wouldn't need this void of Order anymore. The energy streams in the void did not have a single direction. It was as if there was no target, They were just shooting out energy torrents. It was the same for both order and chaos. It was as if 4 groups of hooligans had gathered together and were waving wooden sticks, iron rods, and machetes. They might not even know that they were hitting their own people. If one had to count it that way, it would be the 4 groups of hooligans with the highest standards in the void. That scene was really unbearable, as the dazzling light rain of the sky god slayers mixed with the vast energy scene. Yun Nuashing noticed that apart from the fall of the order soldiers, some of the black-cloaked chaos soldiers would also release such a scene when they died. It was as if they were a different type of higher life form and were not thrown out as disposable cannon fodder. He had seen it once in the battlefield where Jing Yun and the others were trapped. At that time, he was not aware that Jing Yun and the others were still being hit by the tide of chaos and did not pay much attention to such things. Now that he was facing such a scene, Yun Nuashing felt that he was not particularly clear about what was going on. Why would the chaos soldiers burst out a light rain like the sky god slayers? They should be energy constructs or energy manifestations formed directly from chaos energy. Now that the sky god slayers had appeared, it was as if they were a real life form that belonged to the order of chaos. Hey, you guys! Why are you guys standing there in a daze? Go to the front and help. A middle-aged man with lush black hair and wearing light green armor rushed over from the rear. His body had a surging energy reaction, and the places that were not covered by armor were slightly messy. Coupled with his hurried appearance, everyone guessed that he might have been beaten back to the rear. Now that he had hurriedly finished his rest and was about to rush back to the battlefield, he happened to encounter a group of people who were completely confused about the situation and were stunned in place. The middle-aged man was also stunned when he saw Yun Nuashing and the others' confused and bewildered look. They did not know what was going on and looked like they were scared silly. In fact, they were completely confused and stunned. He frowned and pondered for a moment. Suddenly he understood. You guys are the newcomers from the rear? Why didn't you say anything when so many of you came? Come with me. Quick. At this time, Yun Nuashing and the others did not know what was going on. They quickly communicated with each other through their soul communication. They decided to stay here and take a look. Other than that, there was nothing else they could do. I don't know which world or family you guys are from, but since you guys have obeyed orders to come here, it proves that you are all here because of some kind of belief. Now that the war is urgent, your elders should have told you all about the relevant nonsense. I won't say anything more. The middle-aged man spoke in a hurry. As he spoke, he used the domain of order to bring them to the front line. His eyes quickly swept across the battlefield. Is there any special situation between you guys? Tell me quickly so that I can arrange for you to guard each area. No. We just got here. We don't know anything. Let's start from the basics. Hui said in a serious tone. They were here to fight against the forces of chaos. This time, they just changed their location. However, they could not really stay here and fight until the end. They still had to guard the front line. It was not good for the 2 leaders to go missing for a long time, especially when their communication with the front line was disrupted after they crossed the barrier. They had to quickly settle things here before the others thought that they had gone missing. In short, they had to quickly figure out what was going on in this godforsaken place. There are many areas that order is guarding. The front line is very long. There's no way for us to withdraw at any time. You guys should quickly get used to the situation in a few places. When you get to those places, someone will tell you what's going on here. Other than that, you only need to fight. Crush them. The middle-aged man in light green armor quickly arranged the dozen of them to their positions. After that, he looked at Yun Nuashing and Siyu and said, The 3 of you have the weakest power of order. You guys will stay by my side for the time being. Yun Nuashing. Everyone slid in the void and almost rushed into the lair of the chaos soldiers. When they got up, they had a funny look on their faces. They pinched themselves hard to control their expressions so that they would not lose control. Although they were afraid of the chaos concept body that might be sleeping here, They kept their power of order quietly in their stomachs and did not cause any trouble. Although this state did not seem as strong as the many order soldiers who were fighting, this did not mean that they were a group of primeval heavenly gods and a certain most violent maniac in the order void. Today, someone actually pointed at them and said, your power of order is the weakest. Stand firm first. These words sounded like a big joke to them. After all, they were indeed hiding. Forget it. Let's skip this part. If we continue talking, they would not be able to control their expressions. By then, someone who was angry out of humiliation would press them together with chaos into the void and give them a good beating. Yun Nuashing rolled her eyes at Hui, who was holding his breath and sneaking away. After all, he was indeed the one with the lowest level among them. When the upper echelons of the void frontline were all in the primeval heavenly realm, he was the only one who had reached the peak of the origin. Therefore, when he hid his power of order and did not use it, it would indeed make others feel that his power of order was the weakest, the battlefield between order and chaos. They had been fighting for 5 eras and could not be more familiar with it. They did not know how long this battlefield had been fighting. Perhaps it had been fighting since the void was sealed, or perhaps it was around the same time as them. After all, the upper realm was sealed 5 eras ago. However, the battle here was very chaotic. 3 chaos soldiers were beating up order, and 3 chaos soldiers were fighting amongst themselves while beating up order. It seemed that it was not unreasonable for order to be able to hold on for so many years. If they combined their forces, they would have long flattened the order void. No one knew what the soldiers of chaos and the underworld people who were controlling the abyssal death mist were thinking. Yes, they did not understand all. They could not figure out what this group of idiots was up to. Anyway, they were glad that they had fought for so many eras and allowed the power of order to hold on until now. The power of the abyssal death mist is different from the power of the abyssal death mist in the outside world. The voice of the little angel quietly sounded in the soul of the Yunhua planet, which attracted the attention of the Yunhua planet. The abyssal death fog's manifestation, the abyssal death fog's manifestation, and the abyssal death fog's manifestation that carried the power of chaos were all different from what they had seen outside. Combined with their previous deduction of the abyssal death fog, they could basically confirm that the underworld people and the abyssal death fog here had been trapped here for a long time. The abyssal death fog that attacked the order void outside was a new type that had been improved step by step to fight against the power of primeval and origin. What level of abyssal death mist can you sense? Or should I say, what era do they correspond to? It's probably the first time we encountered them 5 eras ago, or perhaps a little earlier. Even the abyssal death mist spawn we encountered for the first time should be a little stronger than what we're seeing now. The words of the little angel stunned him. The abyssal death mist model that originated from 5 eras ago? What was going on here? Well, let's not bother about that for now. They were not thrown to the front line the moment they entered the battlefield. Instead, they stayed in the middle to launch long-range attacks, occasionally throwing out a few order blasts. The combat power of the order warriors here was about the same as the void 5 eras ago, with pinnacle origin pinnacle and pinnacle origin pinnacle at the pinnacle. The mainstays were intermediate and advanced origin pinnacle, while the base was between pinnacle heavenly god and beginner origin pinnacle. The order warriors here would not be able to do anything for them. Well, they were now treated as beginners. They were afraid that if they unleashed their power of primeval heavenly realm or the power of origin, it would attract the attention of the chaos concept entity that might exist here. If they were alone, they would have thrown out millions of energy towers, unleashed the full power of order, and fought a fierce battle with the void. Life and death would be decided by the void. However, they were not the only ones here. They could not protect the countless order beings while fighting against something of that level. If they died, then so be it. After some time, another primeval heavenly god would pop out of the spiritual temple, and they would treat it as nothing happened. But the people here, if they died, then they would be gone. In short, before they figured out the strangeness of this place, it was better to play it safe, hold back, and observe the situation. It would not be a problem for them to unleash Peerless at any time. I'm not used to it. Yun Nuashing could not help but say faintly as she listened to everyone's conversation through the soul communication. Without hundreds of millions of arrays around me, it feels like my limbs are broken. Everyone, all right, this most violent maniac in the world of order is currently accumulating pressure. Right now, he's suppressing the pressure because he's feeling uncomfortable all over. Just think about how he fought in the past. With billions of spell formations activated with the primal chaos, light of origin complementing each other, the primal chaos energy exploding all over the void as if it's free. That can be called a magnificent sight, that can be called brilliant. His nickname of One-Man Army wasn't just for show. Now this comrade of One-Man Army had his hands and feet pinned down. What's going on here? Yun Nuashing could not help but ask the middle-aged man who was in charge of occupying this area. I heard about the battle here and saw the images, but I didn't expect it to be like this. He looked at the void in front of him, and his face twitched. A four-sided battle. What's going on? God knows what's going on. The middle-aged man in light green armor sneered and shook his head. I know you have a lot of questions. Every newcomer who steps into the battlefield of primeval, heavenly chaos has a lot of questions. But in the end, everyone will choose to ignore the why. As long as they are standing here, they are fighting. As long as they continue to fight, it's fine. The middle-aged man paused for a moment and smiled bitterly. The main thing is that we don't know what's going on. We only know that the three groups of damned things on the other side want to deal with the world of order, so we are fighting here. That's all. As for more, well, if you are lucky enough to meet the chief commander one day, maybe you can ask him. The higher-ups should know more. All right, then what are they? The power of primeval, heavenly chaos. I only know that they are called the Abyssal Death Mist. That's a useless name. I don't know their weakness or anything else. Yun Nuashing was startled. All three of them are called the Abyssal Death Mist? Yes, what's wrong? It's just a name. If you like, just give them a name to make it easier for you to understand. Yun Nuashing's expression changed slightly. Although she had already noticed something, she still had to ask. Well, do you have the power of origin? What's that? Is it a general name for some kind of power in your family? Maybe no one knows about it here. Yun Nuashing and Siyu looked at each other with strange expressions. This place was getting weirder and weirder. There were no traces of origin, no matter if it was the upper, middle, or lower planes. They were mentally prepared for this, but they could not even recognize the chaos soldiers of the chaos concept body. The only thing they knew was that they were all the power of chaos, and they were all called the Abyssal Death Mist. That should be caused by someone from the underworld shouting here, but they could not recognize the difference between the three? Or they did not have time to recognize it? Yun Nuashing was speechless. What the hell is going on in this void? Everyone shook their heads in soul communication. They also wanted to know what the hell was going on in this void. Chapter 1825. The void was the most nonsensical thing. There was no logic to it when it joked with you. If you were trapped in a world, the world would still talk to you logically. As for the void, forget about the void. There was basically no logic in the void. It could do whatever it wanted. It was as unreasonable as the origin, heavenly God, and the chaos concept entity. That's the logic. How? That's the logic. If you have nothing better to do, then throw a few buffs down to ease the tension of the Order warriors who are caught up in the battle between the three sides of chaos. Isn't that better than reasoning with the void here? Yun Nuashing rolled his eyes and said to a certain idol guardian, reasoning with the void was a common method used by the creatures of order. However, the void would not reason with anyone, and the chaos would not reason with the port of order. Besides, the creatures of order would not reason with each other. So how could they reason with each other? Hui was the same as him. A group of people who were supposed to be charging at the front lines were being protected in the middle of the group. They only needed to throw some long-range attacks at the forces of chaos. Right now, they were feeling a little awkward because of using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. They did not even dare to throw too much energy, afraid that they would use their full strength if they were careless. That's right, they were suppressing their own state and using their full strength, pretending that they were ordinary people who had just reached the origin realm. It was as uncomfortable as it could be. He bared his teeth at him for a while before turning his attention to the battle in front of him. The Order forces here also had methods similar to joint attacks, but they were all more normal. Yes, the front line of the Void was actually abnormal. There was not a single normal person there. They had all been influenced by Maple. None of them had learned anything, and they had all followed Maple all the time. Their proficiency in their skills had increased, and when they fought, each one of them was more fearless than the last. He estimated that if a node city or the origin shrine came over, even if they were all suppressed to the high level of reciprocity, they would still be able to sweep the battlefield clean without leaving anyone behind. Ah, that's right, the Order defense here doesn't have any energy towers, large-scale Order domains, void seals, and other useful things that can allow everyone to gather their strength. It's just, yep, it's very uncomfortable. It's no wonder that Maple would say that it's as if his limbs are broken. He also feels uncomfortable. His mind is filled with thoughts of charging forward with his guardian shield and guardian sword. But he's also afraid that something uncontrollable might happen. In any case, whenever he encountered something related to the heavenly god of origin or the concept body of primal chaos, he would be timid. He was already used to it, but fortunately, they weren't really here to fight. Their main goal was to figure out what the hell the Void was up to. As the saying went, one had to start from the source to solve problems. Even if they wiped out the Chaos Soldiers and the abyssal death missed on both sides, it didn't mean that the matter was over. After all, it wasn't up to them to decide whether the matter was over or not. So, do you have any idea what's going on now? Yoon Nuashing's face was stiff as she hurled out a pure white energy torrent with her army. She watched as her own attack leaped into the void along with the flow, quietly vanishing before abruptly reappearing within the Chaos Soldiers' formation. Violent energy shockwaves broke apart the formation of the two groups of Chaos Soldiers, causing their infighting to become even more lively. As for the battlefield information, he took the time to mention it to me. Radiant tilted his head and looked around, allowing his domain to quietly spread out. Although he could not brazenly hold up a huge Order domain, he could still allow all Order soldiers within range to unwittingly recover. It seems to be similar to our situation. The abyssal death missed. I'm not sure if they were referring to the abyssal death missed alone or if they were including the other two Chaos Soldiers. Their battle didn't stop with the passing of the mythological era. There was at most a half-time break before they continued to fight from the lower planes all the way to the upper planes. How about it? Is it the same as our situation? A battle that has never stopped since the last era. That battle should be the longest we know. Yoon Nuashing's eyes narrowed slightly. If that was the case, the battle in the Void had been going on since at least the 36th era. They weren't sure how long there was a half-time break in between, so let's just treat it as if there was none. The battle that had been going on until now was the 56th era. A battle that spanned almost 20 eras was enough to make one's liver tremble. Well, that's what they say. Actually, a lot of it is what they've heard. Yoon Nuashing was surprised. What do you mean? It's difficult to record the things that happened in the past, especially in a time like this where the battle between order and chaos never stops. It's rather difficult to leave anything behind or record anything down. Their current knowledge of the past is all recorded through vague methods like hearsay and rumors. I don't know much about this, since even they don't know much about it themselves. However, I can roughly say that the legacy has been broken at least 5 times before the people of Reciprocity erased all their knowledge of the past. The history passed down by people might not be fake, but it had been processed in various ways after all, so it would definitely become more and more exaggerated. It would definitely be different from the real history. Let's not talk about that first. Just the concept of the origin god and the concept of chaos was something that the people of the void had completely forgotten about. They foolishly treated the chaos spawns as toys created by the underworld. Although they were all things that did not belong to order, they were fundamentally different. They could not just put on a mask and pretend to be something else and treat them as the same species. Oh, and they were forced into the higher realm around the 51st era. Oh, about the time. Hui stammered. Yun Nuashing seemed to understand something when she saw him wipe away his sweat, same as us. When the abyssal death mist erupted, that's when the abyssal death mist receded. They were forced into the higher realm at the same time, while we forcefully endured the attacks of the abyssal death mist. Yeah, that's it. Hui shook his head, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Sure enough, how could there be so many coincidences in the world? How could there be? He had said that from the start, but he did not really want to believe it. The void was also ravaged by the power of chaos, and the abyssal death mist had also stepped into the void. However, there was one thing that he did not understand. The void here should have been in a sealed state from the start. So how did the underworld people who were also trapped here tormented themselves into the abyssal death mist? Did the power of divine destruction not appear after the origin gods had passed away? Yun Nuashing listened to his nagging and thought for a moment before replying. Perhaps as early as the 36th and 37th era, when the origin heavenly god passed away, the power of divine destruction already existed. It's just that at that time no one knew. There's another scenario, and one that I'm more inclined to believe. The void here was not completely sealed from the start, and the underworld people who were isolated inside and outside may have communicated. Well, a kind of communication that could only be called out, and there was no way for them to communicate. Both parties were in a state where they could only speak and not listen. Hui made a no sound. You speak and he speaks. Both parties had no idea what the other party was talking about, and only the people inside could let the people outside know what they were talking about, and vice versa. That's right, the above conditions all existed independently and were completely valid. They could only tell each other what they wanted to tell each other, and they could not hear anything. To put it simply, he could only tell Maple what he knew through the soul transmission. Maple could hear what he said, but not what he said. He could only transmit the information one-sidedly. To simplify it, he could only ensure the safety of the other party and let the people outside know that he was still alive. If there was no other way to confirm it, he would not even know if there was someone outside listening to him, or what it was that he was listening to outside. So, you think that the abyssal death mist only appeared in this era? And then it was thrown in from the outside. But communication is a problem. How did the abyssal death mist? And how did it get thrown in here when it was sealed? Things like splits, cores, and whatnot. And at percent and asterisk, Yun Nuashing's face twitched. That fellow was about to go mad. Although the confused guardian was spouting nonsense, he still understood what Hui was trying to say. That's why I'm not particularly sure what's going on in this domain of chaos. After all, both sides might not be able to hear each other and could only throw things to the other side. Well, let's not dwell on that. As for the abyssal death shroud, it's probably a split core, and after splitting it, it's just throwing it here and using the power of the void here. The converted worlds that we've seen in the lower planes that created the abyssal death shroud do not need to be connected to the core all the time. Just having a slightly formed derivative or construct would do. The issue of timing was a very troublesome matter. If they did not figure out the timeline, it would be a headache. A pile of things placed in front of them without any order was enough to make their heads explode, and now the issue of timing was still. Speaking of which, what were they trying to do by figuring out the timeline? They did not know, but they just had to figure it out. Phew. Hui, I'm about to release my power. Maple's resentful voice rang in Huey's soul for the umpteenth time, and Hui could only smile bitterly in response. Maple had already said it several times, and the pressure on him was considerable. Lord Hui, we're also requesting to release our power. Yes, it's too frustrating. It's even more frustrating than not ascending to primeval a few eras ago. Lord Maple, let's go. Let's go. Lord Maple, please give the order. Our millions of energy towers are all charging. Look, the pressure on him was instantly greater. Those fellows knew that they could not persuade him, so they went to incite Maple. But why do you still have millions of energy towers? Hui glared fiercely at them. Didn't you just place energy towers outside to guard the lower and middle realms? Why do you still have so many in stock? Well, actually, I Ching smiled bitterly and glanced at a certain fellow who spoke without thinking. We actually have 2 parts in stock. One is for regular use and the other is trump cards. Hui narrowed his eyes and could not help but take a deep breath when he saw I Ching scratching his head in embarrassment. How many energy towers did you bring out? About 10 million in total, right? Lord Hui, don't be nervous. This part is for the warriors who are going out to use, in case they encounter unexpected misfortune in the void, such as being seen by the wandering abyssal death mist, or accidentally encountering some trouble in the void. Yes, Lord Hui, don't be nervous. Only the warriors who are sent out will have sufficient energy towers. It won't affect the front lines in the void. Hui was speechless. To hell with encountering trouble. With the primeval heavenly gods roaming the void with millions of energy towers, even the abyssal death mist would have to take a detour if they encountered them. If he and Maple did not fight, I Ching and a dozen others would be able to go out with 10 million energy towers to capture a single high-level primeval from the underworld, and their success rate would be maintained above 60%. That was equivalent to 1/10 of a node's reserve. No wonder the logistics people complained to him every day. It was all because of you bastards. Stop. Hold it in. All of you hold it in. Hui waved his hand with all his might to hold down this group of flammable and explosive objects. I told you to follow Maple and learn unparalleled, and learn from Green Lord to travel the void. Now, do you have no other thoughts in your mind except to travel the chaos? Everyone shouted in unison, yes. What is our slogan? Stir up trouble. Stir up trouble. Stir up trouble. What is our goal? Travel the void. Travel the order. Travel the chaos. Charge. Hui was speechless. This group of people was already proud of it. The heavy sound of the war drums made everyone who was about to explode suppress their surging emotions and turn their gazes in unison. Yun, Nuashing, and Hui also turned their heads, only to see that the people around them had all become solemn. The commanders of the various regions quickly gave orders, and the warriors of order gathered their battle lines and retreated to the rear amidst angry shouts. Newcomers, hurry up and gather. Yun, Nuashing, and the others temporarily suppressed their momentum of traveling the void and retreated to the rear together. The warriors of order in the front covered and retreated at the same time, just when they thought that the situation was similar to the front line of the void, where they had accumulated pressure close to the threshold and had no choice but to withdraw their battle lines and retreat. They unexpectedly found that the Chaos Soldiers and the Abyss Death Mist on both sides also retreated to their respective energy clouds in unison. Meanwhile, the warriors of order who retreated only stood in their respective regions and had no intention of retreating. The situation seemed to be quite different from what they had expected. The mighty sound of the war drums was still reverberating in the void. The power of order became restless with each beat like thunder. Its momentum was also rising rapidly in the midst of the sound of the war drums that penetrated the void. However, the sound of the war drums that penetrated the void. Yun Nuashing had a feeling that it was being played for the other side, as if it was conveying some kind of it was responding to some kind of signal. They had only been here for a few hours, so they didn't know what was going on. Naturally, they didn't know if the commander of the order side had encountered something, or if he saw something that made him beat the war drums. All they could feel was that the power of both order and chaos was rising rapidly. "You guys are really unlucky." The middle-aged man in light green armor had a solemn expression on his face. He was moving his hands, adjusting the surging power of order in his body. He took a deep breath and exhaled along with the rhythm of the war drums. The power of order in his body seemed to resonate with the war drums. The power of order resonated with billions of lives of order, spreading across the void. Their will to fight was like thunder. When all the power of order in this place had gathered, Yun Nuashing and the others realized that the battlefield of order here did not form a circle like the front line in the void. There was only one front battlefield here, a battlefield that stretched out for an unknown distance in the void. Looking at this scene, it was as if 100 or 200 nodes were all gathered in one place. The power of order and chaos were all gathered in one place. The flames that erupted from the battle between the two sides would form a high wall that extended along the void. "What do you mean?" Yun Nuashing frowned in confusion. When he asked that question, he could feel his face trembling. If someone were to shout for chaos later, he would definitely slap that person into the void. The chaotic battle between the four sides has ended. Now is the time for the real battle to begin. The middle-aged man said in a deep voice. He looked at Yun Nuashing and the others and said, "We don't know why they are showing 3 different forms." Yun Nuashing rolled his eyes fiercely, "Because they are not the same thing at all. But at a special time they will unite. It's like when they are fighting among themselves. It's just a mental problem. When they are awake, they will return to normal. And when they are about to wake up, some state that is not obvious will appear. The higher-ups will be able to notice it. When the situation changes, they will beat the war drums to remind everyone to restrain their power." Yun Nuashing was dumbfounded. What's going on with all these circles? Can someone tell me what the F*CK is wrong with the power of chaos in this void? The middle-aged man was slightly startled when he saw Yun Nuashing's dumbfounded and distorted expression. He thought that Yun Nuashing had misunderstood. When they unite, the power that we have to face is not as simple as 1 + 1 + 1. At this moment, they can unleash the full power of chaos. The pressure on order will increase exponentially with the passage of time. Brace yourselves. We will not compromise with them, and we will not compromise. Behind us is the world that we have to guard. If we cower and retreat, the middle and lower planes will be the result. It will be the consequence of us not being able to guard it. Yun Nuashing tilted his head and looked at the middle-aged man. His frown deepened. They still know about the middle and lower planes. That means that their knowledge about the two inhuman beings had long been. Phew, forget it. Now is not the time to think about these things. After the war drums of order had been beating in the void for a while, the 3 powers of chaos that had gathered began to move strangely. The rolling clouds and mist spread across the void. They continued to expand in front of billions of beings of order. They spread out without limit, almost forming a hemispherical shape to envelop the power of order. They faced the expanding clouds and mist of chaos. The 3 powers of order had almost merged into one. Even the death mist in the abyss was wriggling and turning into a darker gray color. As time passed, the rolling clouds and mist began to move even more violently. It was as if there were billions of thunderbolts moving within the clouds and mist. The aura of chaos that overflowed from the clouds and mist had suppressed the sound of the war drums that was making the void restless. "It's coming." As he and the other regional commanders shouted in a low voice, all the warriors of order held their breaths and focused their attention. They gripped the weapons in their hands tightly and pressed down on their power of order. They were ready to attack at any moment. It was also when the warriors of order were ready to attack. In the middle of the 3-in-1 chaos clouds and mist, some unknown objects that were dark and crimson in color suddenly appeared. They were still merged into one with the chaos clouds and mist in the background. It was difficult for the naked eye and other senses to capture their shape. It was only until they walked a distance away that they could be clearly identified. It was still a group of chaos soldiers. However, their form had undergone a huge change. Walking at the front was a soldier who was wearing heavy armor and a cape. He was holding a huge spear in his hand. He looked like a general of an army that had appeared out of nowhere. His body was filled with 3 types of chaos power. Just by standing there, he was able to bring an oppressive pressure to all the beings of order. Chaos Soldier, the form of the primeval realm. This is at least a mid-tier soldier in the primeval realm. Huey's face twitched slightly. I don't think that's a soldier. It should be called a chaos general, right? No, it's hard to say if it's not one of the more powerful cannon fodders of the chaos soldiers. After all, it's something created by the concept body of chaos. However, a 3-in-1 chaos power? What the hell is that? I think I know why this part of the void is so miserable. I also think I know why order can hold on for so long. Everyone smiled bitterly. They were so miserable because they suddenly woke up and threw out a mid-tier primeval realm general. The reason they could hold on for so long was because they did not wake up for too long. Therefore, after fighting for more than 10 eras, they had only retreated to the upper plane. However, retreating to the center of the upper plane would only require a dozen normal void jumps. It was not known whether it was fortunate or unfortunate. The Chaos General suddenly stomped the spear in his hand into the void. A weak chaos impact caused the expressions of the billions of order life forms to turn sluggish. The order power that everyone had gathered was not afraid of such an impact. However, it was still a powerful deterrent. In the instant that the Chaos General stomped his spear, the clouds behind him erupted with even more violent chaos energy, causing the void to become violent as well. In the rolling clouds, apart from the chaos soldiers, there was also a large group of hundreds of thousands of gigantic, distorted things emerging. They were the size of planets or stars, and the chaos presence they exuded was far more concentrated than the abyssal death mist constructs that Yun Nuashing and the others knew. It was only at that moment that Yun Nuashing suddenly felt that the place that belonged to the domain of chaos had truly emerged with laws related to chaos. Perhaps what they said is true. They have really awakened. Even the void environment has the laws of chaos, and it is coming into contact with the laws of order. However, it is not very strong. It will take a long time for them to completely destroy the laws of order. The words of the observer fell into their hearts, causing a thump in their hearts. They looked at each other in the soul communication and kept taking deep breaths. All right, there is no need to make a decision now. Good heavens, the 3-in-1 chaos energy can make their power soar to such an unreasonably high level. I'm King, good heavens. Hui pinched his face and felt a toothache. There are actually more than 20 mid-level, primeval, and general-level chaos soldiers. Moreover, there is a large group of real chaos soldiers following behind the generals. All of them are at the peak of the origin, and a few of them are at the primeval realm. Those chaos constructs are also things that suppress those at the primeval realm. How did the order beings here manage to hold on? If there is really another way, shouldn't it be taken out by now? He could not help but look around. The chaos soldiers were all ready, but there was no more movement. Huey's face turned green. It can't be that there is really no other way. Yun Nuashing was silent for a moment, then looked at the middle-aged man. How did you all manage to hold on in the past? We just held on like this. Hold on, and we got used to it. The middle-aged man said in a matter-of-fact tone. Why, newcomers, are you afraid? Yes, Yun Nuashing let out a long sigh of relief and muttered in her heart, I'm afraid that when the fight starts later, all of you will be afraid. Hui, everyone, let's make a ruckus. Come, release your power. Let's have a good time. With just these words, an equally vast power suddenly gushed out from the order. Chapter 1826. This was an unbalanced war, a farce akin to a joke. The void loved to joke, and they were already used to it. However, when the joke was made on the other side, and the other side couldn't withstand the pressure of the joke became a joke that sent everyone to hell. Even if the side of order was an unkillable cockroach, this wasn't the way to play the game. As for what this void had experienced, these outsiders did not know for sure. However, just looking at the scene in front of them was enough for them to know something. The mid-tier Yuanshi realm chaos soldiers. If it were not for the fact that they could switch between being dazed and awake, this void might have been broken through long ago. This was simply a hell difficulty version of the crazy version. Well, the crazy ones were from the chaos side, according to their understanding of them and their experience in dealing with them. Even if they had inexplicably recovered into the 3-in-1 state, it might not be a completely normal situation. They would definitely go crazy in the middle of the battle. This was called weakening the difficulty reasonably. It was not unreasonable for this void to be able to last for more than a dozen eras. If there was nothing wrong with the chaos side, this battle would not have lasted so long. When they arrived, they could only see a broken void and had no idea what had happened here. In short, although they did not know what was wrong with this damned void, they could not just leave it at that. As for the concept of chaos that had a high probability of existing, they would think about it when the time came. If they really fought, they would just die and return. The order beings in this void might not be able to escape death. However, if they were to be played like toys by the chaos forces in front of them, they would probably end up in the same situation. So, sometimes there was no need to think so much, just fight and be done with it. Well, Green's idea was actually much more convenient than his contradictory and complicated ideas. Instead of thinking so much and worrying so much, it was better to get down to business first. Point recklessly through the void. Well, this idea should be taken with a pinch of salt. If he kept being reckless, he might get into trouble. The aura of order and chaos on standby caused the void to tremble slightly. Everyone could feel the movement of the void. The void that had been torn and restored countless times was showing signs of solidifying. It was so dull that it made all the order beings tense up. Everyone was waiting. Either the death mist of the abyss would charge first, or the person in control of the situation on the battlefield would give the order first. Something unexpected happened all of a sudden. In the battle line of order that stretched for who knows how many millions of miles, a dozen figures suddenly walked out from different areas that they were guarding. Perhaps it was the result of being in such a tense state. Even the slightest movement would attract everyone's attention. The warriors of order all instantly turned their attention to the people who walked out from their areas that they were guarding. "Wait, what are you guys doing?" "It's that group of newcomers. What are they doing?" The middle-aged man in light green armor frowned and suddenly turned his head to look at the 3 people from Yun Nuwa planet. He saw that the 3 of them had also slowly walked out of the formation and walked to the front. This made the middle-aged man very confused, and he quickly said, "Come back quickly." In front. She turned around and met his gaze. Her eyes were filled with a gorgeous luster. It seemed to be energy, a mysterious energy that could crush the void and chaos at the same time. Don't worry. When the commanders of the various regions saw this scene, they frowned in confusion. They wanted to give orders, but they felt a strange feeling from this group of people. It was an extremely strange feeling, so they couldn't say anything. Compared to stopping them, they were more interested in knowing what this group of newbies wanted to do. This way of entering is really embarrassing. Feeling hundreds of millions of gazes on her back, Yun Nuashing's face could not help but tremble. "I don't want to experience this a second time. There are more people guarding the void at the front line than here. When you used your ultimate, the entire void threw their eyes on you. Why didn't you feel embarrassed at that time?" Hui asked, puzzled. "That's different. That was in the middle of a battle. Now, it's a situation where 2 armies are confronting each other. The situation is different, so the feeling is different." Siyu suddenly said, "Little star, you won't feel embarrassed if you go crazy." Everyone, as long as you don't feel embarrassed, you won't feel embarrassed? The 20 over Chaos General Class manifestations saw that the group had suddenly closed the distance between them. Not sure if it was out of instinct or because they sensed something wrong from the group, they raised the spears in their hands in unison and pointed at Yun Nuashing and the others who were walking out of the formation. The language of chaos that sounded rather chaotic came out from the heavy armor. The chaos clouds behind them suddenly surged wildly. Countless chaos soldiers let out the same roar at this moment. They turned into a gray torrent and charged forward. The chaos energy that was wantonly spilled out, causing the power of order in the distance to tremble. When the chaos transformed into a torrent and charged towards them, the hundreds of millions of lives in the world of order regained their senses. They no longer paid attention to the dozen or so people who suddenly stepped out of the ranks. Instead, they focused their attention and prepared to deal with the enemies who were about to pounce on them. At this moment, a ray of light descended from the void. The golden flash was like the flash of light at the beginning of the world. It illuminated the entire void. The incomparably beautiful light stunned the hundreds of millions of lives in the world of order. Immediately after that, a colorful sea of energy spread out from the center of the dazzling golden light pillar and flooded the void in front of them. In the colorful sea of light, energy circles of different sizes were condensed and stood in the middle of the void. The center of the circle was gathering the seemingly endless power of order. There were trillions of circles in the void. It was as if there were an equal number of order warriors in the void. Hurrah! Yun Nuashing had just finished setting up the circle when an impatient person suddenly roared and stunned him. After that, an almost equally magnificent array of energy towers appeared together with a vast array of magic circles. They were crazily plundering the energy of the void. A figure who was bursting with the power of the Yuansha realm took the lead and charged forward like a ray of light. The energy circle that he was in together with the energy towers spewed out a dazzling light that penetrated the void at the same time. It was as if millions of meteors had streaked across the void and illuminated the area in front of them. They violently crashed into the chaos soldiers who were charging towards them. In an instant, the void in front of the chaos clouds exploded with layers of light of order. We looked at a chaos general who was blown away by the bombardment of order energy and crashed into the chaos clouds. His face twitched. This guy must be Lady Green's soldier. Yun Nuashing smiled bitterly. He waved his hand and pointed to the front. He did not have any lofty aspiration, nor did he have any aura that could conquer the mountains and rivers. He just gave out a plain command, attack. Hui, I Ching, and the other Yuansha realm cultivators all shouted. Their Yuansha realm aura rose to the peak in an instant and blew away all the order life forms behind them. This group of lunatics who had fought with all their might for 5 eras no longer knew what mercy was. Now, all they had to do was to charge through the void. The colorful sea of energy rolled violently. After a slight tremor, the countless array of magic circles began to pour out energy nonstop. Streams of energy of different scales, but were all powerful enough to defeat the chaos soldiers, suddenly tore through the void in front of them. The energy streams swept across the void and crushed the chaos soldiers into ashes, whether they were hit from the front or the side. Siyu and Feng Qinghuang saw that Hao Ren had already unleashed part of his power, so they walked out with ease. They took out a magic circle and a group of energy towers and set up their positions in the void, one on the left and one on the right of Hao Ren. They entered the magic circle and unleashed an endless wave of order attacks on the chaos soldiers in front of them. At this moment, everyone, including Hao Ren, was only in the state of full power. Well, it meant that they were fully unleashing their power in their current state. They had not activated their divinity, divine right, or Yuansha realm. Oh, and there were also energy towers. Hao Ren had only activated about 1/10 of the magic circle. If he used all of them, his combat power would be increased by a few levels. But the only problem was they were afraid that they would drag the Order life forms behind them into the mess. At this moment, the large-scale realm of Order had not been fully constructed. Without the Temple of Origin and Order nodes, it would take some time for them to use the energy towers as Order nodes to support the realm of Order. The Chaos Soldiers were indeed Chaos Soldiers. Moreover, they were the 3-in-1 version of Chaos Soldiers. They were much more durable than the Abyss Death Mist. Under the assault of more than a dozen Yuan-Shi realm warriors with a bunch of buffs, they could still maintain their formation relatively intact. Well, that was only because they could replenish their forces fast enough, and they were indeed a little bit more durable. But no matter how durable they were, they could not get rid of their status as cannon fodder. In front of a group of lunatics who were trained in the front line of the void, their little bit of durability did not allow them to last more than a second in front of those unreasonable energy blasts. The only thing worth mentioning was the 20 mid-tier Yuan-Shi realm generals and the group of chaos constructs that were the size of stars. They were more troublesome to dismantle. The latter was still all right, as they were not that much tougher than the Abyss Death Mist constructs. As for the Chaos Generals, none of them had died yet. A Chaos General with hundreds of millions of troops could fight against a Yuan-Shi realm warrior with countless magic circles. Both sides were in a stalemate and their soldiers died. The sudden outbreak of war was beyond everyone's expectations. It was an unprecedentedly intense battle. It was so intense that the billions of Order life forms were stunned. They looked at each other and carefully looked at the battle in front of them, the chaotic energy torrents, and the sea of energy that drowned a part of the void. The commotion caused by the dozen of them fighting was many times greater than the commotion caused by all of them rushing forward. They even felt that if they rushed in, they would not know what would happen. They might even die in the hands of their own people. Wang, the golden pillar of light that stood in front of them and illuminated the void like a star, let out a soft energy hum. A moment later, some of the tower-like structures in front of them also gathered their energy and lit up a pillar of light in the void. They connected with each other across a part of the void and resonated with each other. They combined their energy into a golden domain that rapidly expanded. When the golden domain spread over their bodies, everyone felt as if their power had been unreasonably increased by a few levels. Now, looking at the intense battle in front of them, it seems that it would not be so easy to die in there. The large-scale domain of Order has been formed. All Order life forms can be affected by the domain to strengthen the power of Order. If you want to fight, please do not leave the range of the domain. You might be killed by the rampaging energy of your own people. Accompanied by hundreds of energy torrents and the void, a voice that sounded like the trembling of the void quietly echoed in their souls. The billions of Order life forms' expressions froze. They hesitated for a moment before looking at their commander, waiting for an order. A man who seemed to be the highest commander did not hesitate to step forward and said to everyone, "Everyone, enter the formation! Let's offer our strength. Kill!" The vast realm of Order was filled up in less than 2 minutes. Everyone found their positions and understood the purpose of this realm in a short while. They began to use the power they were good at to fight. Those who attacked from a distance continued to attack from a distance. Those who wanted to charge forward with the power of the realm of Order would also charge forward with the power of the realm of Order, wrestling with groups of chaos soldiers. When the initial light burst out with vast energy, Yun Nuashing had become the most eye-catching, or the most hated, beam of light that hung in the void. The number of chaos soldiers charging towards him, Siyu Feng and Blue Phoenix, was almost half of the total number of chaos soldiers. The initial light seemed to have a strange attraction to the forces of chaos, be it the abyssal death mist or the chaos soldiers. None of them could escape this situation. Once the beam of light illuminated the void, the chaos soldiers, who were not particularly bright in the first place, were all put on a stoned state. The orderly formation of soldiers was disbanded at once. All that could be seen was an overwhelming wave coming towards them. Yun Nuashing raised his hands and made the action of knocking an arrow. The dense magic circle around him would rapidly gather energy with every action he made, and then turned into waves of order impact that burst out violently, causing violent energy explosions among the chaos soldiers in the distance. The unprecedentedly powerful energy flashes cleared out an empty space in the void. Colorful energy balls with a radius of more than 10,000 miles exploded, and the remaining fireworks continued to spurt energy impacts in the void. It stayed for more than 10 seconds before it ended with an even more violent energy explosion and dissipated. Phone, do you have time? Help me kill those dozens of chaos generals. The chaos soldiers are a little troublesome under their control. I see that you guys are quite skillful, so I don't have time for the time being. A violent chaos impact crashed heavily on the realm of order, causing the huge realm that spread out countless miles to tremble. Before Yun Nuashing could finish his words, he turned his gaze. A chaos general with a huge spear had just launched a full-strength chaos impact on the realm of order. The damage was not particularly high for the entire realm of order, but it had killed dozens of order beings along the way. They had to quickly retreat, and one of them was directly injured by the chaos impact. Its existence was indeed quite a big threat to these order beings who had not reached the primeval tier. Even with the support of the realm of order, they still needed tens of thousands of people to gang up on one chaos general. It was easy for them to break the realm of order and force them to retreat. All right, I think that this guy is indeed a little annoying. Yun Nuashing took a deep breath and changed his posture. The origin energy gathered on his hands as he waved them in front of him a few times. Pieces of colorful divine runes formed in his realm. He clasped his hands together as the origin energy rapidly gathered and fused in between his hands. A mighty energy storm suddenly spread across the void. Hui was very familiar with this movement. He turned his head and saw Feng gathering the origin energy with his eyes closed. The rapidly surging origin energy would release a weak origin impact every few seconds. It rapidly spread into the void. Then, all the energy in the void seemed to be gathering towards him. Every time the origin energy spread out, the speed of the gathering energy would increase exponentially. It was like a constantly gathering storm was gradually forming. He was trembling and sweating profusely as he looked at it. I just want you to kill them one by one. I didn't want you to. Forget it. Everyone get ready for defense. Feng is going to unleash his ultimate. Keep an eye on those guys who are rushing out of the realm of order. Boom! The low sound of the energy impact, as if the void was trembling, spread across the entire void. The gathering energy was so huge that it formed a distortion of the void around Yun Nuashing. He exhaled a breath that was mixed with rich origin energy. He opened his eyes and pulled the bow with both hands. The magic circle that was releasing energy without regard to stability responded to his will. Every time he pulled the bow and arrow, a torrent of energy that could cover an area burst out. Yun Nuashing took a deep breath again. The surging origin energy madly gathered on the bowstring. Where the arrow was pointed, the void had already been cut open. Hui, dodge to the left in 3 seconds. Cloud Piercer. Hui was stunned when he heard that. He immediately broke out in cold sweat and quickly retreated without thinking. The Chaos General who was entangled with him did not know why he retreated. He just subconsciously rushed forward and raised the huge spear in his hand. Then he was stunned. The spear in his hand suddenly turned and stabbed with all the annihilation energy. The light of the spear was enough to tear the void apart. This guy noticed it in advance. Hui was stunned when he saw the Chaos General's action. A sharp origin energy exploded in the void, creating dozens of rings of destructive impact. Even the Chaos soldiers who were thousands of miles away were broken by the energy rings and turned into dust. The energy arrow, which carried the destructive power of order disintegration and origin energy, pierced through the void and slammed into the Chaos General's spear. The The sudden release of energy instantly pierced through the spear, and the explosive energy pierced the Chaos General's chest with unstoppable force. The origin energy also gushed out in an instant and engulfed the Chaos General. The Chaos General was not killed so quickly under the erosion of the origin energy. Moreover, the cloud piercer that was supposed to have a second burst of energy only pierced through the Chaos General's body. It did not release the destructive power. It seemed that the former had interfered with it. *TU. Hui shouted and rushed forward. He smashed the Chaos General's face with his shield. The burst of holy light blew the already fragile body of the Chaos General into dust and dissipated in the void. Phone! I don't know what this thing did. It cancelled out nearly half of your power. You might have to reassess it. I saw it, but it's not a big problem. Yun Nuashing, who had put down the bowstring again, let out a long sigh. His body swayed slightly in the void along with the surging origin energy. His robe and long hair danced wildly. He slowly reached out his hand and grabbed the nether void sword that was floating beside him. The origin energy that was surging like waves was now quietly gathering beside him. The gathering storm quietly stopped. Hui saw this scene and quickly shouted, "Everyone! Quickly return to the realm of order. Defend! Defend! Everyone back off! Back off!" The beings of order who were charging together with them obviously did not know what was going on. However, their commander reacted quickly and quickly ordered everyone to quickly retreat into the realm of order. Then, they put up an energy barrier to strengthen the defense of the realm of order. As soon as they did that, they saw a scene that they would never forget for the rest of their lives. Nothingness, origin, order. As Yun Nuashing stabbed the nether void sword heavily into the void, a soft shout suddenly spread across the void. The origin energy and the energy of the first light mixed and condensed into a colorful ball of energy. Then it suddenly exploded. The vast and colorful energy condensed into a substantial wave of energy that was enough to shatter the void and the void. A violent energy that could reverse order and chaos flooded the entire void in an instant. Everyone who had just stood still in the realm of order looked back and saw the entire void shining with a colorful light. The violent wave of energy that was as heavy as thousands of worlds slammed into their energy barrier. Even across the void, everyone could feel their hearts trembling. If they were caught in the wave, they would be gone. This guy is planning to hit his own people as well. Everyone stared with all their might and quickly turned their heads away. They could not keep staring at the light as they were about to be blinded. The destructive wave of the Nihility primordial order instantly pulverized all the chaos soldiers within the range of destruction, sending them back to the furnace to be remade. The 20 chaos generals and the hundreds of chaos constructs reacted a split second too late. The violent waves slammed into them several times in a single breath, causing more than half of the dark clouds and their constructs to explode. But it was also at the moment when more than half of them were destroyed that they struggled to hold up a chaos barrier, forcefully resisting the destructive waves that continued to wash over them. The moment the order of nothingness, which lasted for 10 seconds, ended, the chaos barrier that was floating alone in the void exploded. Hui, I Ching, and the others seized the opportunity and swarmed forward. Each of them found a target, and with a swing of their swords, they reaped the lives of the Chaos Generals who were all alone. As for the Chaos Constructs, their form had already collapsed, and they were finished with the energy torrent from the energy tower. 1/3 of the chaos clouds in the distance had been washed away by the wave of destruction this time. Even the turbulence within the clouds had become much smaller. However, the clouds were still standing. The chaos energy, which had been weakened a little, began to surge violently again. In just a few seconds, another chaos general led a large group of chaos soldiers forward. This time, there was no need for slogans or any confrontation. The chaos general pointed his spear forward, and billions of soldiers charged without hesitation. Lord Feng, Lord Hui, The rule of order in the concept level is fading rapidly. It is the impact of the chaos energy. They intend to seize the rule of order in this place. When the new batch of chaos soldiers formed, I Ching brought them a piece of bad news. It reminded them immediately, this place is actually the domain of chaos. They had been fighting for so long that they had forgotten about it. Yun Nuashing said without thinking, you decide on your own. Bring some people to the concept level to suppress the chaos energy. Leave the battle in the void to us. Hui was about to say something when his eyes were suddenly attracted by a spot in the void. He quickly turned his head and was startled. Feng, I feel a wave of order energy behind the chaos energy. Could it be that part of the underworld? A guy with order energy behind the chaos energy. It was hard to guarantee that they would not think the wrong way. Yun Nuashing's eyes flickered for a moment. Then he pulled the netherworld ruin sword out of the void. Well, let's leave it for now. I have an idea, but it will have to wait. Hui was relieved to see him like this. He did not need to worry. If it was really related to the underworld, those bastards would not be able to survive more than a few energy blasts. If necessary, a primordial chaos would vaporize them. Chapter 1827. In the void, in the battlefield between order and chaos, the exchange of blows between the two sides was actually rather dull and tedious. Most of the scenes that covered the void were scenes of violent energy eruptions. Some were chaos soldiers charging in formations, while some were order forces gathering to wipe out an entire army in one wave. There were only a few dozen ways of fighting. Although the ever-changing battlefield could allow these dozens of situations to evolve into millions of processes, it still could not escape the cycle of repetition, even if the chaos soldiers that entered the battlefield were stronger than most of the order life forms. Other than being boring, this battle did not have any merits to speak of. Just as they had said countless times, in the battle between order and chaos, only endless destruction and destruction was allowed to exist. The so-called justice and honor were just words to deceive themselves, to give themselves a hypothetical reason to persevere. In this battlefield that was filled with endless madness, if they did not find some meaning, reason, and spiritual support for themselves, they would not be able to survive. Not everyone was like Maple. The meaning of the battle was to crush the chaos and the underworld in the void. It was the strongest reason that allowed them to persevere without wavering until they destroyed themselves. Lord Hui, the realm of order has been hit by the chaos constructs head-on. Its defense has been reduced by more than half. The report gave Hui a slight headache. No matter how much the order had the upper hand at the beginning of the battle, as long as the battle went on for a long and endless cycle, the order would gradually fall into a disadvantage, just like now. As soon as the voice trailed off, we felt another violent tremor in the realm of order. An unprecedentedly powerful chaos blast hit the realm of order head-on, exploding into a gray energy sphere with a radius of at least 1,000,000 miles. The energy impact that was constantly exploding was quickly draining the energy of the realm of order. He directly saw the ripples of chaos energy spreading out from the realm of order. He even saw the gray energy runes that were released when the chaos energy eroded the order, rapidly depleting the energy of the realm of order. The latter flickered from time to time in the violent collision, like a star that was about to be extinguished. After all, it's a combined chaos blast from a mid-tier premier. If it takes another dozen of them, there would be a hole in the realm of order. Hui smiled bitterly as he looked into the distance. It was a powerful chaos attack launched by 7 or 8 chaos generals with hundreds of chaos constructs. As for why there was such a part of the power left here undealt with, it was because there was chaos power causing trouble in the concept level of the rules. I Ching brought a few people to deal with it, and naturally there was a part of the combat power in the void. However, he wasn't too worried for now. After all, Wang, the multicolored energy shockwave that suddenly blossomed, brought along an extremely ear-piercing energy shriek. The violently trembling explosion of origin energy caused the void to tremble together. Everyone retreated back into the order domain ahead of time. They watched as the void in their line of sight shook and trembled, like noodles under the impact of the energy shockwave that had overlapped hundreds of times. It looked like the void would shatter under the force of the energy shockwave. The 10-second nihility origin order came and went as quickly as it came. It was like a rolling wave that swept away all the chaos power. In an instant, the void was much cleaner. Because Maple deliberately controlled his body, the destructive power of the origin energy would skyrocket every time he used it. This time, even the Chaos Generals were not left behind. It was unlike the previous few times when they still needed to deal the finishing blow. Without the Origin Sanctum, our power has more than halved. Hurry up and tidy up the order domain. Take the time to move the energy towers up here. However, you guys don't have any supplies from the logistics department now. Take it easy and don't destroy the energy towers. Hui shouted to his family members. Then he turned around and looked at the group of order beings who were using the time when chaos stopped to recover their power. He shouted, "Are you guys okay? Can you still hold on? It's no big deal. We've held on for so many years. Of course, we can hold on now." The man who was the highest commander of order took a deep breath and nodded at Hui. Then he quickly took the opportunity to say a few words before the chaos power swarmed them. "Thank you for your help." "Phew, but who are you people? I've never heard of the existence of such power at the back. It's a long story. When the battle is over and we're all still alive, we'll make a pot of tea and talk about it slowly. Now, you just need to know that we belong to order. We're only here to kill those things that are neither human nor ghost. Everything else is not important for the time being." The man smiled bitterly. "The battle is over. I really don't know when we'll be able to wait for it to end. But it's true. It's useless to ask about that now. As long as everyone knows that they belong to order and that they're all here to fight, it's enough to know that. For now, it's enough. Don't you have any way to attack the chaos?" Taking advantage of the free time, we could not help but ask the question that had been bothering him for a long time. They only had the normal combat power of going out for patrol. Although the two main leaders of the Void frontline were here, it was still a little difficult. There were countless order beings here. If they could stimulate their power, it would make the battle later on much easier. The man sighed and shook his head. Maybe in the past. But now, hearing that there was a hidden story, we perked up. "What did you encounter? Especially in the past." That means now it's already. To everyone in the Order Void, perhaps the only thing everyone knows is the legacy gap. From the looks of it, it's clear that you all only think so. Then it doesn't mean that those with a higher level of cultivation would be spared from the calamity. We quickly pulled Maple's soul seed in front of him. Here it comes. It's time to reveal some information. Finally, the moment came. Is there any other reason? One of the main reasons is the lack of inheritance. As for the other reason, this void has been damaged. Part of the source of the rules of order has been destroyed. Even if they were to completely repair themselves, there would be scars that would be difficult to remove. The man sighed. Huey's cheeks trembled when he heard that. The root of the rules of order has been destroyed, as expected of the chaos concept body. Although it might be that the void itself was strange, they never thought that it could destroy the root of the rules of order. The void of order created by the origin, Heavenly God would never be turned into the order of chaos, even if it was attacked. This was the unshakable origin of the void of order. Yep, it was likely that they could destroy it. After all, they were existences on the same level as the origin, Heavenly God. Since they were able to create, they were naturally able to destroy it as well. It was just that many conditions would need to be met before they could do so. Perhaps they had just barely managed to destroy a portion of the origin. As for the danger of the root being damaged, the danger was that all life in such an environment would probably have to change and start all over again. After all, the rules of the environment that life followed had changed, and it would be difficult to fully recover even if it was repaired. For example, humans who lived on land had to collectively move to the sea due to the change in the root of the rules. Everyone could breathe underwater, and it was no different from living on land. However, the land had become a forbidden ground for them. Even if the root of the rules was repaired and everyone could return to land, they would have been completely used to living in the sea and would probably have all sorts of discomfort even if they returned to land. That was probably what it meant. After all, the root of the rules of the environment of the void. Just by looking at the name, one would know that the rules of the environment related to the survival of all life. It was something that all life in a world or a region of the void would have to readjust or even find it difficult to get used to. For countless ordinary life, it was really a complete restart. On the other hand, higher life forms could slowly get used to it, since most of them had already left the void and were not so severely restricted by the void. So, part of the origin has been destroyed, so everything we know is... Hui said, tentatively. When he saw the man nodding, he felt even more helpless. It was no wonder then. Perhaps the forgotten origin and chaos had something to do with this. Then there's nothing we can do. It was also no wonder that the combat power of the Void of Order looked normal but could not be unleashed. They could clearly wield swords, spears, halberds, and bayonets, but they just had to throw their bare fists at their faces. It was more or less the same feeling, and it was also very helpless, aside from the effects of the destruction of the root not being so easy to recover from. The after-effects of recovery. Well, it was equivalent to erasing one's innate talent, so that a bunch of sword and spear wielders would never know what swords and spears were. As a new weapon that conformed to the changes of the rules, it might still be in a state where it was not discovered, and in time it could only be used with punches and kicks. It was also equivalent to destroying Maple's magic circle, so that the Emperor of the Circle could only use the Netherworld Void sword. Hiss, it seemed that even using the Netherworld Void sword did not make him that weak. Well, it would have a big impact anyway. Lord Maple, Lord Hui, the soldiers of chaos have been wiped out, but the clouds are still condensing. The forces of the void are gathering here, and their structure have not been damaged enough to disintegrate them. The Order Warrior who came with I Ching brought them some bad news. Hui was stunned. It's not damaged at all? Yes. Hui felt a toothache when he heard that and turned to look at Maple. That guy was still quite calm, as if the overall structure of the clouds of chaos was not damaged at all, which was completely within his expectations. Should we change the way we attack? Oh yes, it's almost time for the next step. All right. Hui sighed and nodded, waving his hand. I Ching continued to suppress the concept of the rules. The others let the energy towers overload this time. Hey! Wait, I didn't say to attack directly. Attack it. Huh. Hui was stunned for a moment, and quickly withdrew the order, and then stared at Maple. Then, what does that mean? According to the previous process, shouldn't we be attacking the base directly now? Well, but now is not the normal situation. The previous process is not working well. Yun Nuashing nodded. His eyes, which were glowing with a gorgeous luster, pierced through the chaotic clouds and looked behind it. If we continue fighting like this, even if we clean up the chaotic clouds and mist, it's useless. We still have to rush straight to the nest. Isn't the base? Chi! Hui said, subconsciously, and then was startled when he saw Maple's eyes looking into the distance, and his face twitched. You don't mean there's a group of sneaky fellows hiding behind the entire battlefield? Yun Nuashing looked at him and said, It's the position you sense. There's the same chaos energy as the two groups of chaos soldiers. Hui heard that, and his handsome face twisted. Could the abyssal death mist derivative be constructed with these two groups of chaos soldiers as the blueprint? That's hard to say, but looking at the three of them as one, there should be some connection between them, probably related to both sides. Hui said, Oh, the two-timing scum of the underworld. Yun Nuashing. Sooner or later, I'll open your brain and see what's inside. Hui let out a dry laugh and coughed. Subconsciously, completely subconsciously. He had to quickly bring the topic back to normal. So, should we attack now? Before Yun Nuashing could say anything, the 3-in-1 cloud of chaos in front of them made another movement that shook the void. It was as if it was telling them that they had been holding back in the previous rounds, and now they were really going all out. The soldiers of chaos and the structures of chaos that rushed out like a swarm of bees were like a boundless sea. It was as if the clouds of chaos were spreading, but in fact, it was just the soldiers of chaos marching forward. The number of soldiers of chaos was estimated to be dozens of times more than the sum of the previous waves. The mighty army of chaos. Originally, in terms of scale, the number of chaos soldiers was actually not as many as the order life forms participating in the battle here. When we first saw it, he wanted to shout shame of chaos. However, considering that there were many unique chaos constructs and their strength was ridiculously strong, it was normal to reduce the number of chaos soldiers for the sake of balance. That was not a problem. Even with the previous number, it was already very difficult for the order life forms who were originally guarding this place to fight. He believed that if they did not appear out of nowhere and forcefully intervene, the trillions of order life forms here might have lost 1/10 of their numbers as they fought and retreated. He thought that with them forcefully intervening, this round of the battle would be stable. Then the other side directly laid all their cards on the table and did not use any high combat power to suppress them. While maintaining high combat power, they also planned to use the most normal human wave tactic to drown them to death. Yep, that was quite normal, a normal number. He was used to watching this scene calmly, and he believed that Maple would be very calm as well. It was just that he wasn't used to not having the Order army by his side from the Void front lines. Oh my God! Hui looked at the Chaos army that was enough to drown billions of Order life forms and was instantly stunned. Hoo, is it really necessary? Countless Order life forms looked at the Chaos army that emerged from the death mist of the abyss. They glared fiercely, gritted their teeth, and clenched their fists. Some of them swallowed their saliva and made a gesture of praying. They raised the weapons in their hands and then trembled as they put them down. After a moment, they raised their weapons firmly and took 2 steps forward. The atmosphere was so tense that everyone showed an expression that they were not afraid of death. However, no one retreated in the face of the Chaos army. Unbelievable. I have never seen such a number. The man who was the commander of the battlefield took a deep breath and said with a solemn expression, "It seems that this will be the final battle of order. If we cannot protect the world behind us, dying in battle here seems not too bad." Yun Nuashing was still quite calm as he looked at the advancing army. His gaze was still calm. The structure of the chaos cloud has loosened. The strength of the chaos law has decreased, and the energy has decreased. There are cracks in the connection with the void. It is probably the limit of all the energy to pull the last wave. Hui, who had just recovered from his shock, suddenly calmed down. In other words, it will be over after this wave. It is temporary. At least this wave of attack will end. However, Yun Nuashing raised his head and looked at the void. Judging from the atmosphere of the void that is getting worse and worse, it is probably just a temporary peace, like a dream. The atmosphere of chaos is oppressive everywhere in the void. The only safe place is the upper realm behind us, even if the environment cannot be converted into the chaos law. But he paused for a few seconds as if he was thinking about something or waiting for something to appear. Well, there's no way to stop the power of chaos from squeezing out of the void. In the depths of the void far away, there is a faint cloud of chaos forming. Although they are marching slowly, they will not be able to reach here so quickly. Hui was speechless. They are so shameless. They really belong to the chaos. Forget it. We will talk about the rest later. Now, let's deal with the army in front of us first. Yun Nuashing listened and nodded. He tilted his head and looked in Hui's direction. He waved his hand and brought Siyu and Feng Qinghuang to his side. The sudden appearance of the first light startled everyone around. Yun Nuashing looked at the commander-in-chief and said, "I'll give you a spatial coordinate. Think of a way to get people to seal off the area around the target. If you can, of course, seal it completely. If you can't, then at least make it difficult for the people inside to escape." "Who are you referring to?" "A group of slippery loaches. They're very slippery, very slippery. I can guarantee that they already know of our existence. If we get even a little closer, they will probably run away." Yun Nuashing sighed. When he said this, Hui pressed his face and shook his head helplessly. "So, we can only ask you to seal the void inconspicuously. We will stay here to deal with the main battlefield. We will think of a way to make the biggest commotion so that you will not be noticed." After he said this, the people around them recovered from the shock brought by the formation of billions of Chaos soldiers. Then they turned around and found that the group of newcomers gathered in front of them were all calm. Although it was a little difficult, they did not find it difficult at all. It was as if they were used to it. Oh, right, that guy who was as dazzling as the sun was still making the light on his body become brighter and brighter. They could vaguely see something appearing on the top of the light beam. But this group of loaches is really too cautious. We could not help but cross his arms. Currently, they did not know what the relationship between this group of probably from the underworld and the 3-in-1 chaos cloud in front of them was. But from what Maple said, they probably had, well, a little bit of control. For example, the abyssal death mist that was mixed in was used to control the Chaos soldiers? Very likely. If that was the case, those bastards became anxious after seeing that the Chaos soldiers were defeated several times and their offensive was blocked. They did not hesitate to mobilize all their forces. Mobilizing such a level of Chaos soldiers, holy crap, he seemed to see a galaxy's worth of Chaos constructs pouring out of the cloud. There were hundreds of billions of them. The total number of abyssal death mist constructs facing the entire front line of the void at the same time seemed to be 3 or 4 times that number. And the battlefield over there was much bigger. This kind of rash action of mobilizing all the forces. Oh, it seemed like the people hiding behind the scenes were extremely afraid of them. They didn't know how much effort it took to gather the primal chaos clouds here. But after this disturbance, the primal chaos clouds would not move for at least 8 to 10 days. In order to deal with them, they had really put in a lot of effort. Oh, a deep horn sounded from the depths of the void. A force of order mixed with chaos quietly swept across the void, startling in Nuashing, Hui, and the others. The horn of order. That's self-introduction. Huey's expression was as colorful as it could be. Even when he saw the Chaos soldiers in front of him becoming irritable, as if on steroids, it could not stop his expression from becoming even more colorful. After all, the horn of order was mixed with the breath of chaos. Although it could buff the abyssal death mist constructs and the Chaos soldiers, but he looked at Maple with an inexplicable expression on his face. This extra-large, violent comrade in the void had already gone mad and could no longer hold back the primordial power in his body. God knows how many statuses this horn had added to this extra-large bomb. The sound of the ancient bugle horn resounded in the void, accompanied by an aura that seemed to have been sealed for a long time. It seemed to have projected a certain image in everyone's mind. It was a grand battlefield that originated from more than a dozen epochs ago. The sound of the bugle horn led them back to that period, watching billions of worlds burn into sparks in the void. They could only look on helplessly as the morale and strength of the enemies in front of them skyrocketed. The language of chaos turned into roars that pierced through the void, causing their minds to tremble. They almost couldn't maintain the power of order in their bodies. Their vision became slightly blurry because of the roars. It was as if they saw themselves retreating in the void, fighting again and again. The people beside them fell down, blood and broken limbs dissipating in the void. The intense battlefield only echoed with endless slaughter and angry roars that were mixed with sorrowful cries. They retreated step by step, as if declaring their failure and powerlessness to everyone. They held on bitterly, unable to see the end of the war or the signs of victory. They were only delaying the arrival of destruction. The middle and lower planes that had long been reduced to dust were proof of their powerlessness. They could not protect themselves or their own worlds. Even if they gave it their all, there was no way to stop the collapse of order. They could only watch as millions of worlds fell apart under the engulfment of chaos, roaring incessantly. The chaotic torrent that kept approaching was like a scene of life and death replaying countless times in their memories. Faintly discernible roars once again rang in their ears. They were also about to launch their final charge. If they could not return, this attack would be the fireworks that announced their end to the void. Well, there's not much time left. Let's handle it, as we've just said. The ethereal, trembling voice that rang out made all the Order warriors who were absent-minded come back to their senses. Their gazes gathered on him, and their gazes trembled slightly. Arrange for people to surround that position first. The rest of you retreat to the rear of the Order realm. Don't get caught up in the commotion later. This guy will throw his own people into the void when he gets irritable, Hui said to everyone with a grin. Everyone smiled bitterly. They had already tried it earlier. Half of them had been pressed into the void by Yun Nuoxing's energy torrent. It took them a while to swim back, pathetically. Yun Nuoxing rolled her eyes at him. She turned around and walked forward. 196 types of origin energy surged wildly in the clamor of the Order horn. Colorful azure wings condensed from her shoulder blade and spread far behind her. The ray of light that symbolized the earliest days of the Yuan realm was flashing violently. Its volume was also expanding under the influence of the surging origin energy. One could vaguely see that there seemed to be a star system emerging in the place where the light shone. The same ancient and long majesty, like the reappearance of those lost lives, stunned both sides once again. The soldiers of chaos were slightly stunned by the existence of the original light that was fused with the origin energy. They even slowed down their marching pace. They seemed to remember something. Come. The dancing sea of origin energy stirred up the biggest waves in the void. He looked at the army of chaos in front of him quietly. Let the power of origin devour you. Chapter 1828. In the distant void, flashes of energy were bursting again and again. Those were lights that were comparable to the void when the grand primordial realm was created. It was incomparably dazzling and so blinding that it hurt everyone's eyes. Following the bursting flashes of energy, there was no time difference in the void as well. With infinite speed, it instantly swept to the limit of the wave's reach. Under that wave of destruction, everything in the void seemed to have become a small boat in the ocean, constantly being pushed underwater by the waves, rising up and being swept back to the bottom of the sea again. It was a cycle that kept repeating, and even if one did not die, they would be dumbfounded. That was the scene of endless order energy bursting out, far more violent and violent than the battle just now. It was as if they had no qualms until now and decided to go all out in battle. It was a scene more frightening and insane than the advance of the Chaos Army. He didn't know why, but when those multicolored flames shone on his face, he kept feeling a bit of grief in the bottom of his heart. It was a hollow feeling, as if he had forgotten something extremely important. It should be something extremely, extremely, extremely important. But since it was so important, why had it been forgotten? Do they really not need help? The man sighed inwardly and turned to I Ching, who was leading the way in front, and asked worriedly, No problem. If it's just this level, it won't be too much of a problem. Lord Foam and Lord Hui haven't completely unleashed their full power. We would only be a little nervous if such a large amount of chaos power appeared continuously. But since we know that it's just the last of their forces, we don't have to worry too much. I Ching looked at Lord Hui and gave him a thumbs up, calmly putting on a cool, faint smile. Indeed, they had panicked when they saw so many chaos soldiers surging out in an instant in the conceptual layer of rules. But the information that Lord Maple passed to them next made them breathe a sigh of relief. The entire nation's army one wave, and only a small number at that. That was fine. Lord Maple did not even change his form, and the voice of the origin of chaos did not descend upon the void. There was nothing to worry about. He couldn't help but pity the Chaos Soldiers. According to Lord Maple, the Chaos Soldiers were most likely suppressed by the underworld. It was simply, he didn't know how to put it. The Chaos Soldiers were suppressed by the underworld, and a wave of Chaos Soldiers rushed up to give him EXP or something. If the Chaos Soldiers knew about this, they would probably skin the underworld alive. Why don't we fast forward things to the point where the underworld and the two Chaos concept bodies are fighting? Forget it. The two Chaos concept bodies aren't easy to get along with, so there's no need for them to meet. If they meet, they will break through the void with them before they can strangle the underworld to death. Our destination is just ahead. I Ching waved his hand and brought his men to a halt. The people behind him, more than 1 million Order warriors, were all rubbing their fists and glaring at the dark void in front of them, even though they could not see anything at all. According to Lord Maple's method, I Ching took out a palm-sized orb of colorful energy from his bosom and waved his hand in front of him. After confirming that he could sense a faint energy movement coming from the void ahead, he nodded and waved his hand to give the order. Everyone, prepare the energy towers. The invisible Order domain will immediately expand. In short, surround the void ahead. Don't seal it yet. There was a movement in the void ahead that made the origin energy slightly excited. It was not hard to imagine that it was the annihilation energy, but he was not confident that he could touch Lord Maple's annihilation energy unscathed. Lord Maple probably thought the same, which was why he had him carry a cluster of origin energy over. Should we send someone in to take a look while their attention is still up ahead? The commander could not help but ask after looking at the empty void ahead for a while. No, don't do that. I Ching shook his head vigorously. These bastards are very slippery, cunning, and slippery. Without an absolute 1,000,000% success rate, we must not act rashly. If we let them go, it will be another big problem. For the Order void, it is a life-threatening problem. The man scratched his head in confusion. He knew the last sentence. The chaos energy was a problem everywhere, a deadly threat. But what about the first sentence? Although I heard you all keep emphasizing it, but can the chaos energy be slippery? Don't they only know how to push the Order and crush everything? I Ching and the others who were busy setting up the invisible Order domain were stunned when they heard that. They looked at each other. I Ching scratched his face. Lord Maple and the others didn't tell you. The group shook their heads vigorously. They only knew the gist of it. They knew that they were going to surround a part of the void, and seeing such a large scale of forces, they subconsciously thought that they were going to deal with a group of troublesome chaos spawns. Before the abyssal death shroud fused into one, there was a group of chaos spawns wearing black cloaks that did seem to have some intelligence, higher level, and more powerful. They thought that they were going to deal with this group of chaos spawns carefully. I Ching was a little helpless when he saw that the group did not know anything. The chaos energy was being controlled by a group of life forms belonging to the Order. He did not know what they would think if the news got out. Lord Maple and Lord Hui did not mention it. Well, he thought that the two lords did not mention it because they thought it troublesome. If they really wanted to avoid letting them know, they would not have let the commander bring a large group of people here. With that thought, I Ching did not feel any pressure. He coughed softly and picked up some important information to tell the commander. After a while, when he saw the commander's stunned expression in the void, I Ching calmly spread his hands. This was the result he wanted to see. After following Lord Maple for so long, he was a little evil and liked to destroy the worldview of others. The mastermind, or at least the mastermind at this stage, was actually a member of the Order. If this news got out, it would be very exciting. At first, it sounded like an internal conflict, but after thinking about it carefully, it felt like domestic violence. To put it more accurately, it was called closing the door and destroying the whole family. Although I understand, I don't understand. The man looked at him, dumbfounded. When the constantly changing expression on his face froze at 1/3 believing, 1/3 doubting, and 1/3 conflicted, it was very difficult to look at. It's good that you don't understand, because we don't understand either. I Ching exaggeratedly grinned and put on an even more ferocious and distorted expression. To be honest, we have been fighting with them for God knows how many years. Even now, we still don't know what they are planning to do. At this time, we can just use Lord Maple's words. As members of the Order, if they stand on the side of chaos, they should be dealt with according to the chaos. Don't give them a chance to surrender and clear their names. That's the general idea. Everyone was speechless. What a domineering way of putting it. If they, well, think about it carefully. Think about it. 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 Think about how they fought from the lower realm all the way to the upper realm. Along the way, they experienced countless deaths and scenes of destruction. It was as if they were immersed in time and could only walk forward numbly, turning themselves into evil spirits. They watched as the people around them, their loved ones, and their friends fell one by one under the iron hooves of chaos. Now, they were almost unable to protect their own families. All right, they could accept it immediately. Their stomachs full of resentment and anger were transferred from an illusory target floating in the void to something with a physical body. Just thinking about it would directly increase their combat power by 100 times. The hidden domain of order has expanded to cover the surrounding void. The deeper void has also been sealed. This void region can be considered our territory. Set up the energy towers. The concept level of the laws here is more seriously corrupted by chaos than the places we dealt with. Make preparations to counterattack the concept level of the laws here. For now, just stabilize it first. Don't leave the hidden domain. I Ching waved his hand and continued giving orders. He then turned towards the place where the energy of order was exploding. Now, we just have to wait for Lord Maple and Lord Radiant to make their move. Once they give the order. Everyone's expression was solemn and somber, as if they were about to set foot on some mysterious, epic battlefield. Putting aside the fact that they were rubbing their palms together, there was even a big brother who knelt on the spot and took out a whetstone to sharpen his sword, which was considered a divine item among divine items among mortals. If not for the fact that I Ching thought that he might be trying to relieve his inner tension and hold back the rage that had yet to erupt, I Ching really did not know how to explain that divine items did not need a whetstone. Pinching his arm, I Ching muttered to himself as he studied the void in front of him, clenching his fist at times and gritting his teeth at other times. In the end, he could not hold back and slapped himself on the forehead. No, I have to make some more preparations. All of you, come and help. Take out all the energy towers. The man watched the commotion before him and suddenly believed what they said about the enemy being slippery. He would even believe that they were preparing for the final battle against the death shroud of the abyss. At the very least, they would not use such a level of combat power to block the door. He had just seen how a single energy tower could destroy a whole patch of chaos spawns, and here he counted. This was already more than the number of people they had brought with them. Currently, the number of energy towers was about 1, 5 times the number of people, and it was still increasing rapidly. He estimated that the enemy's cunning was measured by the number of energy towers I Ching and the others had thrown down. Even when they were fighting the chaos spawns, they had not been so prepared. Well, the number of energy towers was already more than 10 times the number of people they had. Well, Your Excellency I Ching, isn't this too wasteful? One of the Order warriors could not help but scratch his head and frown. Yuan-Shur energy surged in the energy tower before him. It's not wasteful. Our opponents are those fence-sitters from the underworld who only know how to hide at the back. Now that we have the chance, we can blast them to death. The Order warrior scratched his head. What I mean is, look, we have a huge yield here. I Ching stopped tidying up the energy towers and turned to look at him seriously. He pressed his palm on the warrior's shoulder. Comrade, how much yield? Counting the energy crystals, there should be a few 100 million of them, and all of them are scraps. Drag them out. Make way. Make way, all of you. Let's bring out the biggest yield in history. Make some space in the void. Everyone hurriedly retreated. Just as they settled into their positions, they saw an extremely huge spatial vortex appear in the void behind them. Just the commotion caused this hidden domain of order to quickly gather energy to prevent them from being exposed. Then the barrier of the sea of time cracked open. A huge mass of things emerged from the huge spatial vortex. He wanted to see what it was. A thick layer of energy crystals wrapped around it. Inside, there were all kinds of energy towers. They had already seen some of them before, and they were now right in front of them. They had also seen some when they were dealing with the chaos spawn. However, this huge mass of mixed things clearly contained many different types of energy towers, ranging from 100 feet to 1,000 feet in size. The mixed rules and energy aura were also very strange. There were also energy crystals piled up at the side. Some of them had already been scrapped, but there was still a considerable amount of chaotic energy remaining. Some were only left with a shell, but just the shell alone was releasing a considerable amount of energy. All of the Order life forms were dumbfounded as they watched this thing being pulled out from a dimensional vortex in the void. Then it steadied itself in a wobbly state hidden within the Order domain. Heavens, that thing was truly majestic. It was even larger than a gigantic star, and there were probably hundreds of millions of different energy auras crazily squirming within it. It's done. It's done. I Ching clapped his hands and shouted through the soul transmission. Lord Feng, Lord Hui, everything is ready. We only need one thing. The origin energy swept across the entire void. The chaos generals and chaos constructs that were charging towards the first light were torn into dark clouds by the impact of the massive energy. The exploding energy dispersed into thousands of scattered energy beams that swept across the void before them, tearing apart the formation of the chaos soldiers like sharp swords. Every movement would take away millions of chaos soldiers. Feng, I Ching's side is done. We should be done with the battle here too. Hui tore apart dozens of guardian shields and charged forward with Feng's disintegrating energy of order, causing the naturally formed chaos domain of the chaos soldiers to flicker violently. The chaos energy was rapidly depleted. Yun Nuashing saw the opportunity to mobilize a part of the power of the magic circle. Millions of magic circles gathered into the shape of a pyramid. All the energy was focused. After a moment of delay, a colorful energy blast that turned into a solid crystal suddenly burst out, piercing through the chaos domain that was on the verge of collapse. The origin energy that had been soaked in the void suddenly swarmed up, drowning all the chaos soldiers that were exposed outside the domain in a sea of energy. Hui saw that he was still in a frenzied attack mode and could not help but scratch his head. He threw out a few energy blasts, then broke a guardian shield and threw it out. He quickly teleported to Feng's side and shouted, "Feng! I Ching's side is ready. The void can be sealed at any time. They can't run away." Yun Nuashing trembled violently. 1/3 of the magic circle behind him was in a state of silence. He was shocked by Hui's shout. 1/3 of the magic circle poured out an overload of energy all at once. The mighty energy torrent made the area in front of him shine as if an entire galaxy had been blown up. Yun Nuashing was stunned for a few seconds before he reacted. "Ha! Are you ready?" Hui smiled bitterly and nodded. This guy was affected by the power of the Horn of Order. He was only one step away from becoming a human. I'm ready. Let's end the battle here and hurry over." However, to end the battle here, well, the battle here should have been over long ago. The reason it was not over was just to buy time so that I Ching and the others could be fully prepared. The heavens had pity on this group of unlucky chaos soldiers who had run into a group of useless teammates. They pulled a wave of national soldiers and were about to rush over to fight them. In the end, they blew the horn at the beginning of the battle, strengthening the biggest killing machine of the void of order to an unknown degree. They simply felt that life was too boring and could not help but want to make it more difficult for themselves. Well, the underworld actually did not know that the Horn of Order would have a strengthening effect on Maple. Regardless of whether it was the inside or the outside of this place, the outside had only appeared a few times, and the few times it had appeared did not have much effect. After all, it had also strengthened Maple. A round of 10,000 formations at the same time, a newly formed derivative, would be equivalent to dying again. If they knew, they would probably seal the Horn of Order forever, or simply destroy it. It was a tool that could not do anything right. We did not know how much effort the underworld had spent to distort this divine equipment given by the god of origin, but he felt that if the underworld knew that the Horn of Order that they had painstakingly distorted to avoid the power of order and instead strengthened the power of the abyssal death mist had also allowed a powerful enemy to be strengthened in the end, their expressions would definitely be quite interesting. He could not wait to see this scene. He really wanted to see it. Although he didn't know what this guy was thinking, but looking at his wretched expression, he knew that this guy might not be thinking of anything good. Yun Nuashing couldn't help but roll his eyes. The pair of azure wings on his back fluttered rapidly, like two galactic rivers flying up and down, drawing out streaks of dazzling galactic traces in the void. Even though she was still in battle mode, Feng Qinghuang could not help but exclaim softly, "So beautiful!" Hui thought for a moment and said, "When you have time, you can ask Maple to stretch out his wings and let you touch them. They feel very good and very comfortable." "Really?" Not now. Maple needs to focus his mind to destroy all the soldiers of chaos in one breath. Touching his wings will distract him. I heard that it is slightly tactile." Siyu looked at Hui with a strange expression and said, "How do you know that it is very comfortable? Could it be?" Hui laughed dryly. He pressed his hands on his head and let out a long sigh. "Speaking of this, my head really hurts a little. At that time, I didn't control myself and touched it. Then I became addicted to it and rubbed it for a while like a cat. I was beaten until my head was full of bumps." Siyu and Feng Qinghuang were speechless. "But it is definitely worth it. Really." Feng Qinghuang coughed softly and quickly hid her strange expression. She stared at the two azure wings that were flying in the sky and said, "Are those really wings?" "Oh, actually they are not." Hui shook his head and said, "Just like when we fight to the extreme, we will release all of our divine right, divinity, and rule power, which will cause the God Ring to appear. This is the movement of Maple when he uses all of his power. It seems to have suddenly become like this after some evolution. Look, his God Ring is basically not visible." The two girls looked at Yun Nuashing, who was controlling hundreds of millions of magic circles. Then they looked behind them and Hui. There were 7 God Rings spinning behind the 3 of them. The creatures of order who were still fighting in the realm of order also had a large group of God Rings spinning around. They immediately understood. Siyu suddenly had an idea. She walked forward and touched Feng Qinghuang's God Ring. She quickly said, "There is nothing special. Do you feel anything?" Feng Qinghuang shook her head and said no. The two girls looked at Hui together. He could not help but smile bitterly and said, "That is not a God Ring. It is just a movement. Based on my experience, it should be. It is a kind of evolution of rule power and energy. Because it gathers one's consciousness and other things in it, there will be feelings. A God Ring does not have this function. It is just a decoration." Siyu nodded. Then, under Feng Qinghuang and Hui's stunned gaze, she suddenly ran to Yun Nuashing's side. She pulled him and said, "Little star, let me touch your wings." Yun Nuashing was speechless. The battle was about to begin. What was wrong with this girl? He quickly shifted his gaze to Hui, only to see him quickly hiding in the crowd to show that he didn't exist. At that moment, he understood everything. He basically wouldn't spread his azure wings for no reason. The last time when he was meditating in the void, he was hugged and rubbed by a certain guardian for a long time. Now, that Sea couldn't help but show a curious expression. We must have said something to them. Stop fooling around. I am busy. Yun Nuashing sighed, helplessly. He spread his azure wings and put the girl aside. He continued to urge the origin energy that had already reached its peak. The world core of the land of origin trembled a few times. The original light and the origin energy's range of influence had expanded by hundreds of times. Even though the original light was still around, a large area of the void had already fallen into the range of the original light and the origin energy. This included the place that I Ching and the others were preparing to seal. Now this is my territory. Hui sensed the movement and quickly jumped out of the crowd. He shouted to I Ching through soul transmission, seal it, seal it, nail that place in the void for me. Once they make the slightest move, use the energy towers to decorate their world and change its style without hesitation. The sudden order made I Ching and the others look serious. They looked at each other and activated all the energy towers without hesitation. The light of energy surged and flooded the void in front of them. Spread, spread, spread. Let all the energy towers release all the energy, using a power that could sink an entire region of the void into nothingness. Completely nail the space in front of us in the void. The origin energy towers are fully prepared. The origin energy has come into contact with an unknown target. It is eroding and suppressing. A group of people carried at least 10 million energy towers in a frenzy. All the energy they released fell into the empty void in front of them. In just an instant, the void in front of them fluctuated violently. Streaks of dark energy, runes, jumped out of the void. At the same time, there were colorful and mysterious patterns that densely covered their vision. Good Lord, a barrier made by the annihilation energy and the origin energy. We could not help but clap his hands and snap his fingers when he saw it from afar. He tore a dozen pieces of the guardian shield in one go from afar and stained all the fragments with Maple's origin energy. He plunged all of them into the violently shaking void in one breath. The holy energy and the origin energy released turned the fragments into long nails that penetrated the void, nailing the entire space in the void. Then he quickly shouted, "Maple! Caught it! The fish has entered the net." His multicolored eyes slowly opened, reflecting the void that was occupied by boundless annihilation energy and origin energy. He abruptly waved his hand, and a startled cry resounded through the void. Myriad phenomena in the void, chaos falling stars,